Yeah, keep going. I couldn't do it either much. Anyway, everywhere I go, the these individual table floors.
Are you talking about how many sheets of paper you need?
No, just
Whether or not
you
you
are
got
on paper floors.
Oh, no.
Is just happening in here? Is it? Or is that you? Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure if it was like the conference or something.
I'm really determined to get yo-yo copyright stricken. I said, let me see.
Okay, let me know when you're just.
Hey, Joe, do you have a timer I can borrow? Thanks. Great.
Okay, are you all good?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone good. Great.
Advantage was whiplash. Congress eliminated the Waste Emissions Charge, or WEC, using the Congressional Review Act, but left the underlying statutory authority and other methane regulations untouched, leaving regulated parties in limbo. Harvard Law 25. Congress voted to eliminate WEC using the CRA. EPA cannot agree to the rule in the same form unless authorized. CRA, however, does not remove the requirement of IRA to force sources to pay the obligation remains. The process of unwinding will fail, causing protracted fights and confusion. Book NL 25. Given political dynamics and eliminating smoking CRA will not repeal the buck itself. The statutory obligation remains, creating legal practical complexities for institutional collection plans and court creates or reconciliation with the questions about EPA subpart W, which does not include as well on the trouble reverse through administrative procedures. EPA was most supply risk explanation difficult with Chevron civil independent to enforce the present risk. The CAA requires citizens to sue. EPA is not enforcing their interplantation method rules. Other iron citizens there's a thus and methane regs could pose legal, political, and practical risks for all parties. But even the attempt collapses the market for gas exports treated as a distinct commodity due to an empirically improvable green factor, also known as differentiated gas. One, conduct. Bad industry actors are treating deregulation as a green light to abandon sustainability. Romeo 329. Energy one about the word Trump has troubles with power and rational over exuberance convince the sector saying the sustainability no amount of changes from source items sustainability consideration that potential valuation partial relationships no matter the sectors over correct is considered a trouble weapon. Say anything that smells like sustainability is underestimated to be moving forward to be future options nothing related to energy should be considered a law on trust. The global warriors not the EU, not the US members that must millions reduce emissions before US rights were replaced German, but more competitive than ideological states in the world relating on ILOG bureaucracy movements less likely that the US civil improving the US already displays the most impressive emissions from all global in our interest of Muslim as a total conflict geopolitical tension without sacrificing stewardship. The outside rule of values that with the guilty and improvement is from ignoring does not treat entry any favors rights are in law to be years before they are repealed without versus legal battles will ensue volatility race regulatory or impact and cost of access to money. Capital the sector should not provide the Treasury Committee ammunition that could reverse access to capital or increase during the turbulence at the state level. The Treasury Committee remains well funded, sophisticated focus. We must remain proactive. 2, perception. Global importers demand proof of green LNG. Deregulation makes credible green commitments impossible due to supply chain complexity. Book et al. 25. A complete recession of the industry equipped to meet demands, complexity space, investor civil society, public pressure, export space, regulatory cost reductions, preventing corporate sector, physical outreach, removements of the state driving emissions and harming overall precipitate US and OG. The complexity of the US gas supply chain makes it difficult to meet the UN carbon certain sellers may win equivalents of the consumption demands for independent execution, but the process remains like a world require. We're not like the EU to determine all the oil supplies for country from the US initiated style of rolling back weapon harm the US in the case for mandating rather than ending, leaving the industry in a better position to meet demands. Mostly companies are cleaning voluntarily, but some aren't, and all are linked reputationally. A clear regulatory floor is key. Mox said 24 industry talk about the model, thinking different phrases and when it comes to reputation molecules, not distinguishable as collective reputational good as important. In the collective interest to have a strong regulatory floor for that established our insurance investment class we all benefit. Recent EU import commitments have not changed this dynamic. Borsama and Jane 328. While von der Leyen indicated that EU may import this how we can get complicated to start having the EU methane efforts are headwinds and Trump the opposite view is the framework could be amended to make exporters benefit from this rules while making us compete with the super producer early indication from pessimistic outright limitation rate physical barriers, but even China's standard releasing the uncertainty among US exporters who need to comply with the rules in Europe through the improving the appropriate below. The process has severely disrupted. That creates a lever for Russian gas re-entry system at all 327. Russia imports the EU have been rising financial Russia's were growing imports averaging 74 million meters per day. Use of China vessels by washing are becoming widespread in defense hours even by 2070 US LNG export. The capacity is on track to expand, and however the climate impact US LNG emissions play a critical role. Europe's debating it now. If a substantial bloc chooses Russia, it'll splinter the union, funding Russian rearm and making Europe more inevitable. Krishka 320 agency Europe allowing Russia it would be cosmetic cheap gas pump proof very expensive Russian importers increase gas from China can't make it for Europe provide for Russia's ability to wait for Ukraine elsewhere. Additional subsidy will making Germany the entry point will provide a bit of 20% unity group by bypass century will Russian leverage energy these countries doubling Western Europe 100 million geopolitical level wars disputes with Cuba in the 2000 by cutting off the rest of Europe Russia allowed Russia to fight Congress and full scale war breaching geopolitical borders to leave NATO at the mercy of Kremlin's whims. Only European unity can deter a broader war with Russia. Book 24. Macron tries to work out for Russia food remove that threatening nuclear necessity for coordinating Europe. The EU has been lacking both actions. Numbers are actually now that Russia threat to be continent is growing beyond Ukraine, but at least MIC yellows make a mistake interpreting through a political lens war finds itself. They're urging to use MIC all orders to get funding through innovation on top of the orders of Western analysts and never clear warnings that the leadership should restore the Russian presence to community MSC and assembly members ideas of card and issues for influences Putin satisfied as well as European fears residents to tourists that keeps giving Moscow the chase of card for weeks for NATO as well. Russia can cut off all those places solidarity, but not even after invade fears. They express some of the heavy losses, however, have not deterred Putin. He uses soldiers as cannon fodder during the Crimea, Donbass, Ukraine, only providing support forward if you has a cockpit as security policy and could be have within the statement of his required committee company placed into the hands of an autocrat is now or never. War goes global and nuclear green and all 24. Cohesion pressure of Europe energy security reducing dependence from Russian energy continues even if Russian leverage with the EU and it allows even backdoor opens Russian influence and threats unity that enables EU calls on foreign policy US and LNG over reliability threats energy security and Russia can only make prices for Europe over Russia's clear threat to a stable global order facing strong company but I see that if I'm international aspect of drawing US into direct conflict with Russia Iran and multiplication of by reverberate pressure global heat escalating to 1 provide for professional machines, formidable resources, commercial army that will rebuild the nuclear cyber covert often energy for leverage over adversaries, containment, and preventing conflict in the world. It's critical. Nuclear escalation is guaranteed, even if not, they use an EMP as part of the initial attack. Caliber 24 in Europe, arms are seen as instruments of Russia and such difficulties uses of small nuclear arms when they send Western no side shock waves caused by spread panic, increasing mutual self-confusion, volatility, limited until in a second pushes from Belarus, toward Kaliningrad, then turns towards Poland, forces involved with Lithuania nuclear device is exploding, releasing EMP to knock on Scotland. Any attempt to reoccupy will trigger a nuclear response. EMP causes extinction. Maxwell 20. EMP could be the greatest extension for that widespread blackout, which has to Europe's infrastructure to long-term failure, result in dominance, and collapse, and starvation, disinfection, that Russia, adoption, failures, cascading damages, and societal cessation, such as the entire millions perish, and starvation, disease, and collapse society breaks the taboo and ensures retaliation. Both cause nuclear escalation. Jamis 22. A high altitude detonation deals with demonstrating how Russia is responsible for the taboos market increase also the thresholds cross between Russia, China, India, and release. NATO is inevitable, only effective under a unified Europe. Now, 4-3. Whether posts are merely less American defense must be offered as ready views from US and asymmetry could embolden Moscow. The detail of Russian policy that NATO persists because members need to help rule remain as their NATO serve also unquestionable effectiveness depends on adapting. The plan solves or restores the broad wide framework, but allows producers to conduct granular emissions measurements using advanced technologies. Book et al. 25. Industry facing reform rather than repeal trade associations for protecting large and small, arguing for back-based regulation. There are long-term investors who prefer durable rather than changing for everything. The basic for us is supporting global scale deals, are equipped to comply with the investment in mobility. When the companies retain the reduction obligation law, companies use advanced protection tech and access for the root costs the leverage US industry to play advanced tech for advanced protection is continuous to moderate produces value and that privilege detection because need to respond rapidly. Advancing public data emissions are already monitored reduction, making the emissions transparent for me. Remember tech creates incentives for producers to use advanced tech and help them maintain it. Empirical monitoring enables development of a differentiated gas market. Hasselberger in 23. EPA most likely to advanced measure with the piece of tech and detection static role can hinder advanced dynamic approval framework which nurture innovation differentiating gas based on verifiable environmental attributes and gain competitive edge reliable verification product that can be sold at premium. However, such markets contingent upon policies incentivize high quantification disclosure without data transactability remain challenging for preventive emissions rates dissuaded well-intentioned actors from embracing those advanced tech available. Advantage 2 is warming. Short-term warming from methane is existential. Methane abatement now allows us time to adapt, otherwise quick overshoot. Triggers tipping points first. Level 23. Drink the temperature for clean energy is essential to reduce methane as fast as possible. For 18 times more power. Methane is so much stronger than yesterday. Precursor of ozone responsible for milk gas and cutting methods fast warming fast critical warming. Windows just looking back and avoid typical vehicles many years showing sense of activation during multiple beyond which some organisms are properly reversible down to like interaction trigger global cascading shun reduces and generates $430,000 in benefits either income amount if you're already experiencing emergency rapid shutting with this until the end of the decade slow warming. There will face extra threat to live in level or 3 factors to our house and lead to uncontrollable warming classifies each year. The first accidental crystallization through building forms will be destroyed to several hundred million subject. Japan warming is actions for multiplying exposed 90% of species extinction to be low impacts of world adaptive capacity methane mitigation is the only way to avoid overshooting. O&G emissions are key. Every degree counts. Immediate action is key. Gordon 23. This technique will be decisive when presumably the impossible out control emissions of oil and gas at time could not be more urgent methane increase that record risk facing methane to secure offer but climate change official markets that account O&G methane by 70% to avoid the reversible climate changes if it's including the sea floors. Ice sheets that methane has corrosion for that works are available avoidable each time before solve disasters as possible to prevent about control methane from O&G. All eyes are on US federal agencies typically try within crisis IRAs. Methane feed breakdown emissions down 58% pollution on final civilization not for O&G. Decarbonization is inevitable. Carbon Carlson 24. Transformation of energy across sectors not being key to solve domestically global 80% of capacity comes from carbon free. Global's already EVs and compromise the only charge threat to under the IRA basing like industry clouds that is what lobby hard global not abandoned transition, but removes coke when the aerosols causing a quick spike in warming. Methane is key first. At all 23. Net zero also has committed aerosols that are less about 0.5 degrees Celsius. These all reasons these also reduction of the carbon adds warming for second methane mitigation, but also warming associated with sulfur reduction equity. Decarbonization. The WEC backstops deregulation while harmonizing the stricter non-market themes. But 22. The IRA tech methane charge is a big more public feasible by charge. Reduce carbon emissions. The IRA charges authorizes EPA to collect can however waive it. Finalizes the result of public reduction history of regulation that stops and source methane charge and the price of access that will waive it only remain a source price. The price itself would be again subject. Market credit subject. Plan the United States federal government should decree waste emissions that allows regulated entities to modify their obligation for demonstrating natural gas differentiation using data from approved high frequency monitoring. New apps are key to class research and strategic thinking, mentioning at any speech to towards blockchain data.
We're gonna wait for the plan.
Is that the plan?
Okay, we're gonna start. 8:35. Okay. Does the plan just create a new executive waste emission charge?
Yes.
Okay.
Like the waste emissions charge is
what is-
distinct from the one that's trying to be repealed right now.
Okay. What is different?
The difference is, yeah, sure.
So the IRA said the EPA has to implement a waste emissions charge. They did it, and then Congressional Review Act repealed that one, but the statutory authority in the Inflation Reduction Act is still there. So the EPA will eventually, after years of court battles, have to do one. The one that is different about the plan, or the thing that is different between the plan and the one that Congress repealed under the Congressional Review Act is the verification method for certifying that gas facilities emissions are low. I can explain the difference in verification if you would like.
Sure, do that.
Yes. So let me pull up. Yeah. Okay, sure.
Well, the old one uses an emissions factor, which just says the EPA should look at what parts and wells are at particular facilities. It's not reliant on how well that facility is maintaining those parts or about the actual emissions, but just like we'll look at this part and have an emission score associated with that part. Whereas the plan shifts that to monitoring based on so that's high frequency monitoring in the plan text, which is that it monitors the literal emissions per facility, which then gives a facility an incentive to reduce their emissions below the estimates because it would would mean that they would have to pay less of a methane fee.
Wait. What statute allows for a waste emissions charge?
The Inflation Reduction.
Does it create a stat? Does the statute say that it could be further than the original waste emissions charge?
Go further than what do you mean? What?
So the original waste emissions charge had exemptions. The plan would not. Correct.
What exemptions?
Well, it excluded large wells, and then there's like another part of it.
I don't think that the plan specifies one way or the other on that.
Okay.
Also, wait, no, it didn't. It excluded a large well? No, it exempted small wells.
Okay. Well, so it did have an exemption. Why would? But the plan doesn't.
Well, I don't think that the plan has taken, like, this is not our netting half. The plan is not, we have not taken a position on whether the exemption to small wells would apply to the plan. Also, it wasn't really an exemption, but that's like a bunch of other complicated truth numbers that I can explain to you if you want, but like, I don't really want to.
What was your time?
I said
8:35. We started.
Can you just send out your thing? Yeah. Okay. 8:05.
Big apologies, but the one NDT is coming in two separate docs. One has off case and on case.
Wait, that actually isn't true. Okay.
Oh,
I
wait,
saved it
actually.
in the wrong place. Okay. The one NC I send is the correct one.
Like fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't save it in the dormant folder. I saved it in my.
What is the impact defenses? Funny, and fair enough.
It's, I think, 11, and then advantage 1, advantage 2.
I'm sure I didn't do that.
11, Okay, like it's 12, then we're gonna motivate it.
You really know how to make a boys' day.
Of course.
Twelve, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. And that one, yeah.
Did everyone get it?
Yep.
Wait, sorry, we need to.
Just download it from the chain.
Okay.
So that's fine. Okay, 803.
Sorry, I'm downloading the one seat. Okay, sorry, everyone's good.
First off is decarbonization. Decarbonization requires emission reductions across all sectors, which NDT covers nuclear, not requiring substitution fuels regardless of which the economy has been used and associated with. Bootneck, first it limits allowing substance forces that can be prepared against sectors of industry-specific companies or geographic regions. 2, ground, for these require large change from the status quo. They try to think unique despite letting forms to be as small as existing clean energy. Next off is the EIA counterplan. The United States federal government should implement a substantive and binding environmental impact assessment of whether to adopt an environmental policy that creates waste emission charges that allows regulated entities to modify their obligations by demonstrating natural gas effort using data to provide frequency monitoring and adopt the results of the assessment. It solves and will enable legitimacy to prevent extinction of request for any binding review. Can the 21 track with the Western other what to future race for the accumulation of definition of track well for best completion of version. She knows from my recommendation you roaming cross record 600 with the review chart. The intent of the economic action and account existing precedent major action should not be part of the completion of the required environmental review safety written. There is need to be which are looking at environmental impact strength and use all the means and research available to and sustainable environmental review generations. Next off, the United States federal government should repeal the waste emissions charge. Next off, West Virginia submitted a robust application for the MPD to repeal Brexit. The proposed 25 million extra 122 for a Brexit to reduce emission levels for reduction on this section of the MPD. Congress should be the clean to reduction policy and was clean the fridge emission reduction was being and not the authorization for President the means for clean efforts in the provision broadly and never ambiguously also means regulation for the energy will be played again. The Nebraska Secretary of not going to the magnitude and implication of the unlimited worth of municipality being negligent and MPD consistent, substantial and clear. A strong MPD prevents erroneous statutory interpretation, removing the final check on presidential grant estimate. Numbers 24 then correcting replying ambiguous sections where by first look into legislation that does not have a different right ability to write the standard another response. Is political safeguards of Congress to help each other authority a sources under the original example of the ambiguous section can be created in violation of by law or the extent of an person that determining representative relation to and mutual obligation that creates determining liberty that protects us to be an angry as an executive made a computer or Congress competent but not the legally but the sense of Trump will pass on the space of the declassification which is catastrophic national security breaches. So, News 25 Master Judge for future regardless of true repeating to present policy authority to declassify constitutional advantage of the decision was just security vulnerability release of intelligence represent for legal unknown selectively reducing reputation on our credibility national institution and trust and effectiveness classification of use and setting stabilizing potential for reaching national security related to judicial preservation dangerous person realizing over region leaving and to exploit vulnerabilities exchanges as a 23 that I see focus on remediation for CC and epsilon of the elements that are important intelligence you identify person in use of examining truck is maybe which are legal positive originating to the chief media method is simply every illustration of the overrated to recognition conditions of the dangerous solution. Originally, you wondering if the basically is with the knowledge word basic control language and community intelligence for expensive unique complication article course. Next interest from the greatest intelligent challenges. Next off is the key the one who sees anxiety and response climate change simulated market fixes as a hybrid armored protected reverse the fantasy. Although there's success we really don't have to read the information to knowledge and my guarantee actually we actually we not the references is subject on political principles of capable of facing the thing function negative reference with the structure that somebody like that somebody becomes caught in repetitive for submitting the thing that think they feels fantasy from society. You know, the main taking opinion just about announcing politics views and they did little time to sacrifice and with that. James Pollock were speaking the moralism on its answer as well. Listening for from speaking to fundamentally straightforward and necessary knowledge is on the we were checking in your background as enemies on draft legend whether this fantasy show was when should be found over has so big dealing that the GHG's become a political therapy teaching become a after the enemy. Today for what it should be a thing around which policies are related to I don't think should the public between branches that are politically managed requires you to from your video repetitive translation phase of the concealed trauma CP and says what is it we are marginalized this would be please for the left next up is the the United States federal government should pass the Judicial Undertaking Delays Getting Emergencies Solved Act passed. A number of federal judges according to the recommendation of the Judicial Conference of the United States statutory due to privacy, data for verification, information is also occurring in the future. Laws and challenges in these actions form the government efficiency programs to specialized legislative tribunal who are referred to as the common energy tribunal, overseeing decision related to common energy policy, because to the tribunal overall litigation is declining. USC 24 filings and papers and degrees has no further way of filing criminal civil petition to be curbs here, original and missed applications, but data protection litigation is rapidly rising. 3D 25 rights and privacy litigation and intensified over the past few years. Firms are more active than ever due to other litigation wanted. Represents the United States to which have clarification about lawsuits for first events from being litigation landscape, so plan opens log case, that's case presumption. Being the opportunity, climate policy would face a local legal challenge, technical lawyers, special regulatory between summits and council, but needed to be of updates of legislative act or council, so begin to give authority to regulate emissions to with illegal and regulating the determine the daily will be inevitability. Expect only to that lawsuits and the states to group law forces them to deny data cases will be banned because of complexity. At least when you restrictions for the judicial religion system, also the community defense cases of comments of the law, and in multi class actions, God, the court judges liberty to take exalted arguments of the special ability, the business with explanation of court most of the system data protection and reads everything technically complicated data inquiries. Data protection is key to exercise of the outside of AI sort of 28 reasoning issues because many friends of inferiority scientists have argued two ways of the extras or direct source on the evidence AI will actually develop the potential of problems existence to us diseases forming a data candidate to give the opportunity to company by rights as surveillance manipulation region part that AI can be used as the rights so our cognitive guide to this and with confidence and legal certainty protection address AI and benefit official uses. Next off, is the Citizens Assembly counterclaim. The United States federal government ought to be an authority to implement assembly, including a waste emission charge that allows regulated entities to modify their obligation by demonstrating natural gas operations using data from high frequency monitoring to avoid over waste emission charge. It can be solves the cases as a model for which is good for governance, otherwise legislative grid. The law hollows out the plan on perception. Many 24 federal government solution the following supports action or corporation for public language and national dream for the regulatory division to recommendation that assembly involve experts of covering energy, CE, and the government that solely would receive legislative power. Participatory governance solves climate change and spills over to address existential crisis. Chapter 25 crisis and economic community for governance right on participation to only right competition get paid to overcome the pandemic. Country report requires a full bottom of institution and requires participation of population of decision making negotiations. Next off is the state's capital initiative for relevance of national actors to create waste emission towards the whole regulated entity to modify their obligation by demonstrating natural gas differentiation using data from aggregates monitoring through limited constitutional convention create waste emissions in charge of the less regulated entity to modify their obligation by demonstrating natural gas differentiation using data improved hypercontrol moderation and the corporation administration of federal court in the United States and government creating waste emission towards the lowest regulated entity to modify their obligation by demonstrating natural gas differentiation using data from approved high frequency monitoring. A state solved the afflux that he weren't conditioning the plan number of the outside results in federal adoption and expand tools on Bloomberg from the states of the federal government, federalism, organization, independence, and artificialization, non-administrative representation, these uncooperative, citizen-state, technology, and state has authority to comply. Reasserting state sovereignty, counterbalances government failures, extinction, and the state can be peace, economic, state, talent, for volunteer, and moving this failing governance system to really address this matter. Your effects also in the solutions set down to the power of the states of dysfunctional. Yeah, of course, next off is the court handle the United States federal judicial, the constitutional bureaus, and environmental standing doctrine, making a waste emission charge that allows regulated entities to modify their obligation by demonstrating natural gas differentiation using data from high frequency monitoring, create a waste emission charge that allows regulated entities to modify their obligation by demonstrating that natural gas differentiation using data from high frequency monitoring that completely solve judicial crime activism skills over track all existential threats. So they can for future and include climate litigation and transits and same control of future and future jeopardy for any pandemic reintroduction and guarantee source with this traditional or very incorrect so of course we have guarantees out to laws over the long term perspective of the station to be actual world challenge policy often is the opposite of GA positive to go and images to be implemented in judicial way good was transforming law as a country in the future and return on these policy success and later future and laws for living for systems and solidify over time. Next off, the Office of Information Regulatory Affairs should perform a binding catastrophic review over creating waste emission towards the less regulated entities to modify their obligation by demonstrating natural gas differentiation using data from every category to monitor to issue a complex to the United States federal government to implement and assess outcome under cost benefit analysis. Regulatory review by order optimize the solvency and avoids backlash. This is for overview extended areas of orientation of issues and additional over the areas of achievement or including ETA once issues of a number of views on factors that do agency regulation challenging the law. So even if it's lower for the judicial review comes ensure that agency regulation statutory law authorized or is within the state time to make some legislative effective attorney to out across from CBC for entities to structure rate analyze like problems for decision stream versus for regulation or to listen to court and need to be more effective for the way ready to agency decision life. It's excellent mainstreaming is built over to mitigate extra source of report. 22 tested needs to capacity to generate a cast of revision in minutes coming feeling where the intervention to ETA has a long up degree over the evaluation lunch which is that like the failure to act which is after connected to community UI engineering as failure to take such by under ETA analysis or reviewing by workers with neural agendas and visual review getting opportunities to address risks and identify gaps. New Hampshire vows they create a one-sided tax queue that ruins fairness and clash and justifies condo and cultural competition. Go to the correction advantage to grow.
No Russian worship between the likely person used to access actual with the one of the two for love leader believe in my peace, not percent open reference to potentially were tactic. You heard expression with the evidence which has word love which Russian sort of inclusion from the in Russia, it was not popular or much lack of confidence. Market lack of confidence go to the okay. EU unity is impossible. Roman 23 most voted region EU struggles in mobilization 27 members are recommending the vote source sovereignty flux of institutional organizations small commodity services with reference to legitimacy EU export state power promoting military so delivering extras and futures and needs of the future of allocated on top because of the second drop.
You're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can I? Is the MQDTA a net benefit to anything?
The OIRA.
It's net benefit to OIRA and Navy states.
And maybe, okay, fair enough. Why OIRA?
Because it would be reviewed by OIRA and it would go through a process that provides strict statutory authority for every part. And more importantly, it would sort of signal to the courts that there are set legal arguments that would be made of why it would be justified.
Okay, this OIRA counterclaim, it says, after this review, the counterclaim issues a prompt letter to the federal government to implement it. The federal government is currently trying to repeal the WEC. What makes you think they would comply with the recommendation of the counterclaim?
We'll make arguments about why things that go through OIRA, especially if Trump OIRA, are more politically accepting. They'll make economic arguments in favor of it. They'll make other sort of existential cost benefit arguments in favor of it.
Okay, got it. So if that's true, if things that go through OIRA are more accepted, why do you have a unique net benefit? Like that obviously means that OIRA
Well,
is
because
very
OIRA is
unique.
not using it to compel things like climate policy in the status quo. So the counterclaim.
Why is climate policy key to your impact? It's about testing
Well, our evidence is
nuclear
about
arms, it's about
OIRA being a
general
part of
CTA,
participatory
pandemics,
governance and being
asteroids.
able to address, become a problem-solving actor within the federal government.
Okay, my question is like, if OIRA are credible now, it may result in the plan, but obviously your net benefit's not unique.
OIRA is
If they're not credible, it obviously doesn't result in the plan,
OIRA is
so how do
not
you
used now.
reconcile?
It lacks some credibility because it doesn't really use cost benefit analysis and it definitely doesn't use CBA to cost
Okay,
policy.
so Republicans in Congress are gonna be like, because he used cost benefit analysis, now we're gonna undo all of our massive lobbying attempts to undo the
evidence
WEC
makes the
and
argument
accept
that
it.
because of Trump, OIRA can compel Republicans in Congress.
The climate assembly counterplan, this text, just wanna clarify because it's kind of confusing. So does this assembly just fiat that it does the waste
No, they
emissions
would
charge?
convene a citizens assembly over the waste emissions charges, which may or may not result in a plan, but our evidence says citizens are extremely likely to support environmental policy because they're far more likely than members of Congress to believe that climate change
Okay,
is
so
a real
then-
issue and requires pressing action on both sides
So
of the
then-
aisle.
Okay, obviously you don't fiat that the federal government accepts this recommendation again.
No, they will accept the recommendation.
Oh,
The
it's
part that we
fiated by
don't
the
fiat is we don't mandate what the citizens assembly would propose. They could say no to the plan.
But
But
the
you
counter,
do fiat that they accept what the citizens say to do?
Yes.
They would convene the citizens
Wait, what is
assembly
that?
with the express purpose of adopting the recommendation.
okay, to the court clog advantage counterclaim. You said that we should create a specialized legislative tribunal dedicated to decisions about climate change. Why does this not solve the link?
It used straight during it.
Oh, okay, whatever. The rest of it, why does it not solve the link?
Because we'll make multiple link arguments, but businesses and people that are for the plan would both sue after the plan. All of the issues that the uniqueness counterclaim resolve are judges would be able to hear more cases, but it doesn't mean that would get rid of the backlog or the amount of climate cases that the plan would solve.
But they're able to hear more cases. It does not
Well,
solve
also,
that.
it also will allow them to hear more data protection cases, which means that it sort of evens out.
Oh no, you skipped capitalism and something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, status, which you're
We get the status quo, we're going to see undisclosed apps.
You only skip the capping.
And
And
oh,
Oh, and the dollars.
$6.13. Okay. I just sent it to AC. Why is Debate Docs telling me about
that's,
worry about
it's
that.
the mission. It's the mission one. Obviously the plan.
All right, Michigan. The order of my story will be the whiplash advantage, the warming advantage, TSS, the repeal counterplan, the NEPA counterplan, the climate assembly counterplan, the state's counterplan that has 2 other counterplans on it, the court's counterplan, the catastrophic risk review counterplan, the psychoanalysis critique, the M2D disadvantage, and then court clock.
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, good. Cool. Nate, you good? Okay, panel, great. Cool. Whiplash event just for where their evidence is now particularly olivary. March too early. It does not assume Russia having a new gas money to fund the war. Our evidence says that it escalates in Ukraine. In the short term, they will use an EMP. And yes, unity does not assume the short-term dynamics of the gas trade and the fact that they are coalescing around a common defense strategy now that relies on not giving money to Russia to fund enough on their war effort. Warming advantage dropped. The methane overshoot is existential, which outweighs their teams because trying subsets. When we meet the after decarbonizes natural gas and coastal sectors, 2 decarbonization can be sectors, including Sunday, 2 the term decarbonization means something about any sector of device for carbon footprint, 3 after makes 4% less carbon planet overpowered, and the energy production makes space. Similar to the opener in the NDT, 4 resolution complex energy policy bans on pricing on energy sectors, so we cannot decarbonize to 0, 5 education, sectoral competence are good, 6 ground is guaranteed, unify K, account planet structures using the market must, energy mixes at 7 reasonability of our topic is that's good, and now voting on T encourages T over substance turns, clash new affirmatives are good, the kitty get pushes out of the room, encourage critical thinking, also boo, shut up, conditionality is voting issue, producing choice, we never invest the best kind of winners because they create no custom name. Only the app on other pages that disincentivize the kind of research and national both sides destroys education as well. Insurance to trust and quick way term repeal. 1, do both. 2, clearly does not solve the case. 3, it does not get rid of the IRA provision because that is not the waste emission charge. Waste emission charge refers to the EPA's implementation, so it doesn't solve their DS either. It is just as well for what my counterpart is a great. You need it for their DS Conley 212. Rolling back percent challenges, even if federal rules where we can say enforcement, international pressure, time production, regulatory consistency, crucial essential for example, permanent conditions, market access to investor confidence, viruses, rollback software, we can support software W, and SPS, and face significant obstacles. NEPA counterplan. I'm going to make a lot of permutation and insolvency arguments, all of which can be apply to all of their process counterplans because they are descriptions of the relationship between the plan and the counterplan, and they started it with 1 and C like this. 1, permutation, the app, and the USFG should implement a prior binding substantive and binding environmental impact assessment, checks to remain the benefits, and is not intrinsic because it specifies the plan. 2, do the plan, the counterplans, process over something else, justification was the deranged thing I just said. 3, do both insofar as the plan's action nukes the benefit, the statutory requirement for a black house as well. The counterplan replaces the plan under the permutation, it's an alternative regulatory scheme that could be stricter than the app. That's 5. 4, do the plan counterplan, then adopt the plans by the fee, not intrinsic because that's the time of the counterplans process, not separate because the plan and should not immediate English. 20 future should specify specific things to good idea over time action in the future about subject should and precedent over 5 certainty is key to durable investments for make investment based on long term expectations. You gotta create those because it looks subject to repeal or deeper change in their mind, etc. So again, drive decarbonization. That's book the counterplan preserves, and 6 the counterplan preserves investment destroying whiplash. 1 continuity business strategize around the methane policy Trump tore away without warning the plan commits to continuity. The counterplan takes a radically new direction in process. It cannot counteract Trump's reversals. That's book 2 repeal process getting rid of the bike will take years, or 7 you're getting a repeal process getting rid of the bike takes years of lawsuits, votes, and notice a comment. In the interim, businesses will expect it to go back into force eventually because it'll be on the books that overhang of uncertainty will destroy investment. That's book 9. Congress will veto the counterplan. You know that because they vetoed the WEC in the first place. 10 Trump was running to enforce the WEC before it was rescinded without fiat. We do the same with the counterplan. Calmly 212 as of January, Trump is not rollback any other rights. However, resolution federal funding which is expected to impact the Methane program. 11 you should reject laundry list impacts. They do not specify particular scenarios and encourage stay back again on subject debating until the block. 12 no spillover for any of their counterplans if they are correct about any of their internal link arguments about the sort of credibility of these various processes not being high now. That means that either say no, or if the credibility of these processes is high now, that solves the internal benefit. Assembly counterplan. 1, citizens say no, nobody likes the carbon tax. It has been told a million times. 2, government ignores the recommendation. It is not fiat in the counterplan tax. The veto suffix above applies. 3, no presumption the EPA does the plans the legislative grid is relevant for the counterplan tax adopts the plan, which means that includes not compete. 5, no spill over climate is entrenched partisan. The government will not listen to citizens. States. 1, do the counterplan. 2, do both. The waste emission charge does not apply to facilities that are covered by an effectively equivalent regulation. That's what that exemption applies to state traffic. 9, 11, the airways last is not as good. Comply with the methane quota stopping the like that exemption kicks in after the state civil plans facilities paying exemptions from the EPA. 10, state plans. 3, doesn't solve current federal payroll costs. Industry authority states can only regulate parallel, not shield operators from road liability and regulatory limit. That's book for preemption by covers leaks from interstate pipelines, which is exclusively federal. 23, there's federal preemption of the pipeline act for this purpose involves the federal framework ground. Pipelines goes things historically to the states or lead to state jurisdiction. Most recently, that's gas. Short pipelines increase state regulation, preemption, interstate pipeline facilities. 5, uniformity bad substitutes topic clash one realistic political processes. 6, counterplan creates overlapping state and federal regulations, which creates uncertainty and stops decarbonization investment. 7, do the counterplan, then the plan. 8, do both. 9, or the contemplate. 1, do both. 2, doesn't solve whiplash regular process. The counterplan looks insane. 2, or 10, go limiting concurrent solution on the literature and obvious best deficits. 12, 11, obvious least ever negative by sparking mass controversy of the NGA plate. 1, Congress says no, they just voted to overturn the mic. 2, Trump says no, he would never concede. 2, blue states. 3, causes whiplash because it looks like the result of a drawn out SOP 5 years of court cases. 4, no spillover because states will not cooperate with each other on other issues. 5, the impact is stupid, explained above. 6, preempted by Congress. Obviously, they would withdraw funding. They don't have any evidence that it is legal. We will read evidence. The only argument this becomes a complete argument. Courts. 1, do the plan and issue a ruling on the basis that standing does not require injury in fact is defined in illusion that even if they defeat our other firms, this one firms the reasoning the court would give and doing the counterplan by OVG. Prior to the 90s environmental case, injury standing with an injury in fact standing has become a hurdle lieutenant affirmed injury in fact defended directly on the effect to change the one person elections not attenuated issues of use to define. 2, at least the whiplash. 3, no spill for the court will restore the conservative standing doctrine in other cases. 5, the court will find every means to avoid ruling on the 4, the court will not rule on the PQD or rule to still 20 bond courts refer to our national security about legal governance and judicial stability doctrines, separate standards, standing ground distance, secret side theories, response to lawsuits entirely. Risk review counterplan. Or do both, but I said that I could cross my terms. Risk review. 1, OIRO risk review now solves the impact. They are ongoing and inevitable, or no one listens to them. That was cross 6. 2, Trump will listen to the OIRO because he thinks they're nerds and he doesn't like the WEC or climate regulations. Psychoanalysis. 1, links must be unique and to the plan. Anything else is infinitely regressive justifies picks, which makes it impossible for the affirmative to win under offense, defense, hardness at the basis of a competitive game. 2, do both. We meet it under our framework interpretation. 3, they link on other pages by investing in fiat and environmental representations, which means that they don't get any framework offense. And 4, no link. We are not as libidinally invested in the plan happening. 5, psychoanalysis wrong for sure. 13, discuss opposite social identities are alternate cultural identity, dominant groups, secret identities are complex meanings. It is not the case people social identities are contracted and fixed. They alter the model theorized linguistic meanings is a single system of cause identity, normative, symbolic order, two secret identity forms. There can never only ever be linguistic innovation for Ohanianism. There is only a single universe of discourse. One cannot even conceive of alternative perspectives. MQD. 1, no link. The IRA is extremely clear that the EPA must implement the waste emission charge, and it is not a major question. Otherwise, it is stumped by the existing waste emission charge. That is all the 1AC, or the evidence at the top of the 1AC. 2, it is stumped by the old waste emission charge, which was upheld in court, and even when senators and red states led a lawsuit against it. 3, Occam's razor durable fiat does not mean removing an entirely new doctrine. It just means the plan is distinguished from the MQD. The court loves the MQD. It's a relatively new innovation, so they would uphold it. 5, SCOTUS won't check Trump in other areas. He has it in his pocket, and they will rule against him. This is just a liberal and naive optimism. 6, classification is thought by his first term and nuclear and the nuclear secrets from his first term. The MQD is also bad for the administration. Mahazard 326. Just as already explained, nonetheless, I can only regard the court could still use this power just as good use it to amend the intelligible principle framework or place of the Constitution. This is only definite framework that is also vague. That is so vague, we give just far more discretion to strike down federal programs. So even if the court rejects this case, you can still achieve a significant power grab, but no impact because 70 the primary assumption is broad delegations, 8 agencies by giving them flex broad delegations, and 100 agencies. The biggest case of cost of delaying rolling was broader extensions the delegate policy making rules presumed to make such as often delayed big policies not within agencies, expertise, legislators, not administrative agencies or experts in balancing competing interests. Non-delegation key to SOP because 17 enforcing non-delegation is worth the effort. Non-delegation doctrine will provide federal courts with an experimental like the judiciary to develop on a limited setting before expanding against civil delegations. While the judiciary can revitalize non-delegation only the courts of order reverse course or return to separation of powers. Court law. Uniqueness counterplan of 1, do both, obviously solves both the link and any other. If it solves any offense, it also solves the link. Now, the decide proper. 1, courts are screwed. Trump is breaking laws all the time. And trifecta SCOTUS cases places authority in courts, not agencies. Screw Mickey. 21st Supreme Court decision virtually guarantees significant consequences. Local right trumpsy. Ohio, the EPA, and corporate presidentship decision making from administrative courts and federal courts. All the judicial system already over tax rates and unavoidable delusion litigation requiring expense no increasing resources. These rules promise with the flooding against major party shortage of justice for 30 years. No judges have been authorized violations for judge increase 20% the latest scenario. in the short and long term dramatically. Increase for global accident charges are certain to be dramatically exacerbated by the reports transferred to by the previous WEC and inevitable future nuisance suits over agency enforcement and methane emissions, which the 1AC says that the alternative to implementing a new clear WEC 3 linked to the industry loves the plan because it creates industry certainty, and there is uncertainty now for courts are bad for data privacy and for the after to only be the DC Circuit. 5 common litigation is never without mitigation. 6 courts can effectively do data protection cases because they lack expertise. Back to the NEPA counterclaim. Certainty key, Peter 25, the methane fee provides further serious by clean gas for bullying what hard industry, but what got reduces to invest in detection, but overall marks of industry, proves credibility and transparency to the fixed viability of expert, because the policies, industry, excellence, training, and insurance, government leader, we need long-term solutions, not political, whiplash, stability key, Peter 25, that is the same card again. Great. I will send those. Thank you.
Is it sent?
Yep.
Okay. First question, the NEPA counterplan. I thought I heard a firm between firm do the AF and other issues and do both. What was that firm?
I don't think that you did.
Okay, it was just those and then okay. Trump withholds.
Sorry, other issues and do both. Yeah, no,
There was
nothing
nothing between those. Okay. Trump withholds funding for the counterplan. Why can he not withhold funding to implement the plan?
Which one?
You read as a circumvention thing that's like Trump is going to just withhold the funding to actually enforce the waste emissions charge. Why can't he withhold the funding for this plan?
Which counterplan are you asking about?
It was the NEPA counterplan, the Conby evidence. Trump froze funding to enforce the WEC before it was.
Well, the counterplan fiats that the federal government adopt the policy, so we think that we get to fiat Trump.
Wait, so I'm just.
Or sorry, the plan fiats that. The counterplan does not, because if you leave it up to any executive discretion, Trump will just not do the WEC, which is
fiats the result of the outcome. So why would Trump then have the authority to roll it back, even if it can fiat the United States?
Again, sorry, which counterplan? Are we still talking
again the
about
NEPA counterplan, like the Conby evidence?
So the counterplan text is written to say.
Like, I guess my question is, counterplans that say the United States federal government, would you agree that they can fiat pass this reciprocally with the plan?
I don't think that, if your competition argument is that the counterplan does not adopt a policy, then no. But if it says USFG should plan, then we don't think that.
Why not?
What?
Why not? Like, if it results in the outcome of the plan, why can't it fiat?
Well, because if your competition argument is it results in the plan, but there are veto players, then we think we get back in the game on those veto players could veto.
Okay, industries like the plan, if that's the case, why aren't they already decarbonizing?
Some of them
said
are.
there are multiple companies.
Some of them are. But there is a reputational risk to the natural gas industry.
The ones that aren't, why do those like the plan?
Why do they? Because, well, like, the industry generally likes the plan because it creates a framework for certainty, and it eliminates the reputational cost to the rest of the industry from a couple of bad actors. So there are a couple of bad actors that have carbon intensive natural gas production now. Those are the minority of the industry, but one, they cause our warming impact, and two, they create a reputational problem for the rest of the industry.
That the vast majority have already decarbonized.
The second advantage that you dropped.
Okay, given that the vast
And also the
majority
first
have
couple
already
cards on the first
decarbonized, why is warming methane not significantly solved?
Well, part of our argument is that decarbonization is inevitable, but every degree of methane is important.
Well, you said it's just a few bad actors in the industry are not decarbonizing, so why isn't methane just solved?
Well, partly the plan creates a floor and a requirement to decarbonize and a cost for decarbonization. So
sure, but you said that the majority of companies are already decarbonizing.
Yes, but decarbonization is not a binary. The plan speeds up decarbonization of the entire industry. I guess.
I don't think I got it. Did you say the word delay anywhere? Maybe you did.
What?
Did you say the word delay anywhere?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Did I? For what? Yeah, I said that with my board.
No, 420.
What did we stop? Wait, sorry, GM, give me 1 second. Correct. That was 13 seconds, so we're at 6 and 3.
Machine, your number was 4 or 5. What? Your prep number was 4 or 5.
Wait,
What's your prep?
I stopped at 420. Yeah, I sent it in the chat.
Oh, sure.
Agency should be sent. Order is long. Give me a second. Okay, it is T subsets, NEPA review, repeal counterplan, MQD, OIRA, states, climate assemblies, the courts counterplan, psychoanalysis, the warming advantage, and then the other ones. I think it was warning and corrections.
It's called whiplash.
Sorry, my bad.
Whiplash. Our version was called corrections. Gosh.
I just got the juice.
Okay, panel good.
No.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, both are good.
Yep.
Okay.
No way, mate, you only do methane and gas, not all sectors. Counter-determination ruins and sector-specific ruins limits hundreds of industry emitters and combination of mismatches each have a unique advantage ground and have angles limits outweigh anything else makes case index impossible and puts the negative structural diversity at ground and this wrong picks lose the theory sweeping and have sweeping deficits by leaving out different individual industries. The app speaks for some less. You still get the locus of app offense against it, or you get mechanism innovation, yes, resolution context. Energy policies modified by decarbonization, sectoral. The debate's good is resolved by DAs and specific advantages, but there's no one to do so strike it off your flow ground. Offense turns functional limits. You can't fact check any apps. It's too far off because the app already has advantage and sector specific. Avoid different functional limits. TUC didn't list any of them, and if it did, it was way too limited. So I don't have to answer the reasonability. T is substance. You're not reasonable. And then the only backs up against new apps. T, the new apps not going for it as a voting issue, but it's also key to get coaches out of room for the app, or else they can be blocked into anything that's on our wiki. So it goes both ways. Allows the deck to test the see from multiple angles and flexibility after voiding pre-round preparation. Now, conditionalities could begin what we did against apps against new apps. One is blocks. Two apps change into TUC, which cause multiple options. That occurs sandbagging, which otherwise clash and turns to. Second is neg flex. The neg is always direction. The app first infinite prep. It tests the intricacies of unpredictable advantages. Now onto deficits. Third is arbitrariness. No differences separating models, and no risk basis for theory. An unpredictable rule is worse than none, which always shifts and ruins neg predictability. Four is logic. Finding the best policy option. Distributing advocacies does not make the plan good. Five is innovation. Risk aversion. Mandates fallbacks or safety. Design experimentation. Skew and research are inevitable of ideas, and procedurals dispose ad hoc onto styles makes abstract too powerful, and it's advised that process and plain schema causes a research imbalance. The NEPA counterplan. Yes, line your list. They're descriptive of us and say that they're explicitly existential. It is not sandbagging because you can see every impact that is in. The one in C impact. One will read impact cards to them. Sorry, I forgot to read a card about the impact. But the one here does not get new impact because it's on the one in C. Thumpers on this page will also include the answer to the one I would answer terms on the other page, so you should leave a lot of room on your flow on the other pages like in the counterplan. Now the repeal counterplan can see do both, not gonna go for it. The MQDD can see no links. SCOTUS won't check Trump deletes uniqueness on the courts. The core clock DA because that courts will quickly get rid of suits against Trump and can see no impact. The ORA counterplan can see do both, and other firms not gonna go for it. Now the state's counterplan concede to both 50 CPO concon and federalism are good for Netflix, but not specifying agent as a voting issue because it's serious politics links to agents counterplan. Now, the Citizen Assembly's counterplan, the counterplan solves the entirety of the case. Congress delegates authority when citizens assembly compromise of randomly selected citizens, but informed by scientific experts to deliberate over the plan and implement the final result, which is McCabe use sufficiency. Deficits must cause extinction. Judge taking lose offense key to logic and testing. It creates a substantive obligation that sends a huge single aid is model Wilson. And then 20 for the assembly, we get public government globalization, capacity engagement, people are the policy action capacity rate on the resulting press leader, something over platform to change out negotiation out something because of our each assembly negotiation, clear out negotiation, drinking mandate official director for situation as something going for a school company more decision making for majority people pioneering practice and addressing crisis. First argument say no. One, just no evidence in the tweet seats. 1 year does not get to sandbag them, and every part of the case also says that some industry officials would like the plan. They conceded that 90% of public officials support climate action, and the presentation from scientists and green tech voters would get rid of any holdouts. The mere appearance of a citizens' assembly snowballs into political pressure, which is one means to make more warrants, one is context, and then 27 of the applications for selection by the African over the favorite to reduce commissions conservative 79% of load with a solar practice restriction emission tax based on for carbon 73%. Second deferral regarding 22 because leaders the way complex because that's the voting could be higher they can put over projects on the confidence proposal responded. And the 7 and 10 skills are trying to only fit the over to mitigate the parade input adding detail beyond the citizen capabilities to not Harvard value citizen well determined individuals. Next argument is government are wrong. Governments must comply with the citizens assembly and the capital gives them explicit authority. Yes, presumption. Politics makes the plan toothless and gets rid of any signal they said certainty was key, which means that it may cause it they cannot solve excess structural threats. The normal policy making process is uncertain. Now the first deficit on the other counterplan that will answer here is certainty and signal. The plan is worse. Legislation is perceived as a total charade prone to bureaucratic slogaking or executive rollback. Representative democracy looks oversimplified and prone to reversal. Representative democracy will come to policy to widely valued characteristics like pieces of economy. Intermittent versus knowledge about the CAs over government election based on democracy population. The legislative policy is working the deliberation resident expert professional speaker. Next worker interest provision to the steering element of effective industrial recognition for see production for hires for different party has to say that include important have dialogue. The next argument is do both. I'm guessing which is applied here. It solves nothing. One, either citizens advocate for modifications which are ignored because of durable fiat or deliberate over an existing proposal. Both are antithetical to participatory governance. One is he became from regulates assemblies and advisory rule that poisons legitimacy became rather proposal the craft recommendation only direct override cause spillover preferring 25 citizens never so urgent to be able to the recommendation does not sponsor but direct process to reduce an impact. Perm other issues on the other pages. One, there's not a text and the Tweezy did not send one of what those would look like, so you should strike any new one articulation off your flow because we don't get to read DAs or say whether they sever intrinsic topic specific conflicts that compete off a function against new apps are good. One is ground plain specific eliminates all advantages of the possible burden that encourages small cases and destroys fairness. Second is logic. Textual competition distorts opportunity costs with semantics and plan software. They could scramble or delete phrases to create unpredictable advantage conflicts or borrow words like not to functionally sever the plan. Third is predictability. Criteria shifts round around snowballing the whole going introduces carve-outs like plain text or function or arbitrary justifying functional competition. With this counterplan, it doesn't solve the next argument with they cross-plays the delay permit doesn't solve both 20 policy, but in place after process running out under conflict of mention, how recommendation not during the decision place to citizen or influential agenda setting. The delay term is also intrinsic and has a temporal separation between the component and the plan. Even if each can be delayed, it's a new sequencing fiat by neither. Rejected intrinsicness destroys all net ground, which is above. The tweezy did not include a formal text, so you should scratch it. It's impossible to make separate arguments. Or read these since they'll shift the perm into one error. We don't need to win this, but here's a card definition. To respond to their should. Stellar 18. Where we should have made an agreement. Not a later time to use our special. I've now prefer delay justifies science fiction, destroys timely education, and spikes ground theory and kind set advantages. The check abuse perm due process is equally intrinsic or severs. It cannot solve because the process doesn't exist now. Winning our definitions mean it cannot adopt policy. Lastly, no spillover. Yes, citizen assembly have not existed in the United States. A federal action of one would spill over and create a global precedent, or instead the United States, especially big states, are using that now. The psychoanalysis case. Actually, we'll come back to that later. The court's counterclaim concede you both not going to go for it. The whiplash advantage. Aerosols are no threshold disease. They can't reverse causally clean up pollutants that are already in the environment. And global and industrial emissions from air, shipping, and space, or production from other countries have no aerosol extinction, carbon 18 aerosol. This is about your top of course, extinction, increase of wealth, air, water, reduce pollution, economy, or circulating environmental likely polluted. So organized concepts of local and the public sector governments act before eco catastrophe. If the warming impact is so short term, then the plan cannot solve fast enough, especially for this team. It will take a long time to adopt the technology, and the plan will still be backlash. No warming change over the 20. The practical determination of increased probably natural related death. As we know, take what you do with human disease, opportunity, future prosperity. Let's think about agricultural mortality, 90% mortality, no burning if you have 20 with if you win for capacity recovery, green planet will temperature not adapt saving energy extreme scenario, and realistic make assumption about local natural emission tracking bill in the extreme scenario, even working with 200 meters per the impossible there, probability sensitivity to every warning, low ample AI triggers, advanced accelerator, short radiation, not objective, not critical, over missing 2 degree puts an action for human adapted in the extreme worst passive scenario, RBC contribute to report associated warming F not cause of common action compensation, new for suppression direction was overability activity, upward forward, category aggressive, net zero, warming is survivable, cloak, actually, stinks. 20 degrees, even we survive, or in 20, even extreme low, the threat extinction comes on the half even see lower 100 meters, labor is past cases time, don't see lost writing, exclusive PMG, like little evidence body stage to warming, Mr. He's a some temperature, even 20 degree warming, those areas of level change, similar to continuous from climate appear very small, there's no impact of warming, McKinsey, 23 minutes, methane is lying for this policy, is misleading cognitive law, methane account for 25% of warming, there 40 degree, let me have you have changed about all methane, revolution is due to humans, all causes also take up the terminal impact because it says it causes things like ozone depletion, and the other forms of pollution which trigger feedback loops, which are all caused by non-methane emissions. The correction advantage. This advantage is stumped by God. European unity did not deter Crimea or Ukraine, both of which didn't escalate. Populism and Trump make fragmentation inevitable, and Trump will withdraw from NATO. Their evidence also says that internal corruption matters way more inserted below because kleptocrats are getting paid off by Russia, but Russia will not use nukes. The Diplomacy read enough of this card. It says that it would not use a nuclear weapon. There's no domestic support. And then Putin values his own life. The quote is Astromach which is 26 treatment. Russia backs down control. 18. If Putin believes Washington, America would not attack NATO, or Russia not automatic organization where they're by the relationship conflict into the hard they do nuclear use and they continue in the Soviet Union without knowing literature. No impact to EU. They're fragmenting now. Trump makes it inevitable. There's too many internal competing efforts financially and militarily for them to ever project power, and they are just factually trying not to fact power, which is the one that's the evidence. Here's another record 25. The response is here. As well as an extreme expensive time, etc. 2000 software has been between 50 more than you not support a lot of exceed versus respiration rate. Police use the Democratic regulation members in concern. But resilience is COVID language become defensive because self protect supply chain every acceptable towards COVID, and then you can work to self-use defending that electric resilience of its own institutions market. At institutions, no impact to energy loss in the 24 Russia reverse dependency, no opportunity. Gas women about and consent to use the sanction. Commercialization low US market advanced use technologies to about 50% to 50%. Or Russian weaponization before Ukraine and during Ukraine thumbs because it should have caused nuclear war. Russia, no energy wars moving in 20 countries. It is no territory belief to continue or against no brief not don't escalate the wars causing for invading or Russian expensive infrastructure conflict. Our occupation challenge conflict circular company because cost innovation over the goodness for stability, no electric conflict, no EMP. Their evidence says it would be over Latvia, no reason that the US or other parts of the world are affected. No risk of EMP, Smith and 22 nuclear peace, science fiction, nuclear physics, Russian methodology, the work with systems, EMP, no very likely no bomb system technology. Putin would have used one in Ukraine, if not, impact share, social conflict, nukes grid, and more complex societies. Marx just shared complex societies.
Okay, are you good? Okay. Decarbonization. Your 1NC interpretation says it requires substitution of fuels regardless of which sector of the economy the fuel usage has been associated with. The plan targets the entire economy's use of gas. Why do we not meet that?
Because you don't affect the entire economy's use of all fossil fuels.
But this card is not energy mix wide, it is economy wide. And it says you have to affect
Well,
economy wide substitution.
Those are
of
two
fuel.
sides of the same coin.
They super are not, because this card is not about you have to affect all different forms of energy.
Well, no. It's like square equal rectangle, but not vice versa. Having to affect all of the economy means that you have to affect all energy. Having to affect all energy might mean you might not affect all of the economy, like you might exclude agriculture.
That though is the okay, sure, whatever. Don't look super good. Okay. The answers to do both on the climate assembly counter plan. How do we know? Sorry, I want to look at the thing that you said. Okay. The first answer to do both is it will be over an existing proposal. How do we know when something is an existing proposal?
The plan would durably fiat that a waste emission charge exists. So when the citizen assembly convenes, they'd be like, we should evaluate whether we should do one. Turns out there is one, so there's no reason for them to convene.
Okay, so it's about the existence of a waste emissions charge?
Like one as big as and as durable as the plan.
As big, okay. As big and beautiful as the plan.
Got it.
The delay term. What do you think this Wells card says?
It says that policies after the fact that do not address consultation don't solve. Like it's an actual deficit to delay. I actually thought about not saying the intrinsic thing, but the 2 and C card is a deficit to the delay one. Like just fiating the proposal absent any internal recommendation, or even with recommendation,
Okay.
still makes it seem
What
like
are the minor modifications that you think the civilian climate whatever is likely to make to the plan?
Well, most likely not. The plan is popular. You know, a lot of people support climate action. Like they're
Okay.
probably like so small, like meagerly insignificant.
You read a card about carbon taxation.
No, but you also didn't read a card. You asserted it, and we read a card in the 1 and C that says that more than 70% of America supports climate action, and you said in the 2AC, industry loves the plan.
Right, but the plan is a price on consumers, and your counter plan just convenes a bunch of people. And
So
then it's
again,
like,
the
would you
1
like
and C
their taxes
evidence
to be
says that consumers want climate action. When the 1AR reads a card, I'll read the 2 and C card under carbon tax header and the 2 and R. But given you didn't read a card, I didn't want to waste time.
and that card will be good?
It's actually pretty good. I think it says like 66% of people support a carbon tax. I don't remember the exact number.
Okay.
I can start reading it now.
No, I've gone down that road with Graham before, it didn't go well. Okay. Sorry, what card in the 1 and C says 70%? Because I don't see the numbers.
I think it's 7 and 10. So I'm 70.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, that's all I wanted to ask about.
Are you all taking that?
Yeah, we will. Okay, 410.
I'm sending one.
410.
The order will be close.
And then sneak the Russia advantage under it, just in case.
Court wants Russia just in case.
Yeah.
Everyone got it?
Yeah.
what pages we usually there it is.
Or clog and then whiplash.
Yeah.
Everyone's good?
No.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yay.
Effective AI outweighs magnitude, unlocking upsides creates solution to all existential risks in our cosmos, like many sustainable food, climate change, and security levels. Misalignment ensures existential surveillance and manipulation. That's our upsides and downside risks of AI are essential. Effective governance is key. This must assure existential risks of the AI, embedded in military, environmental governance, and networks for risk of system and like understand does not lead to catastrophic. Everything civilization has offered intelligent and eradicate disease war and poverty. These would be the biggest one in history. Also, lead to the last which we avoid risk. Pressuring the intent to prioritize state purposes is key to prevent authoritarianism. Man that second use for business responsibility to work to thrive and marks to improve the system of security, trying to solely profile use and distribute the data driven the use of make of the of the Chinese data and industry to have never come to use info. Place like a percentage of monopoly for authority and attacks represented data corrupted could be public trust in American process. Authorities will weaponize AI nuclear war. Solomon 20 things with the drivers of AI because this is turning to levels of the invitation to limiting AI data to focus on early winning and targeting nation GB and UAVs service testing what the high problems include trying to over the because of responding to US is reacting to check the AS to increase the risk of nuclear escalation, unintentional escalation, arms control, remain installed. Now the 2AC was just blips with no warrants, no cards, all just bald 25. So you should hold the line on new 1AR cards. The counterplan. They say that it shields. It provides unique judicial understaffing reforms, add more judges to allow them to handle current cases. It dismisses current cases doing those which solves their thumper and specifically provides uniqueness. If we win the cases of conditionality, then we can judge take links and then we can give links into our. And if the counterplan is linked, then you should judge take the counterplan because this is a lawful extinction of conditionality. Now they say that courts are clogged. Now backlogs are constrained. Broad trends show a decrease across the board of all federal funds. Set to see AirNet reciting stats from the official judicial tractor. Overall trends are net. Since we're with the OECD, overall decrease we control issues specific uniqueness. One, data protection, privacy cases are now or it's in which are active, shooting unique length for consumer protection. That's we need. The storage line for privacy litigation cutter to the litigation preparation digital staffing consumer monitoring being more privacy control for the SEC. I would look for activities fake news and Facebook over the don't new news. Only support interest in the like the lawsuits will mean two climate suits federal courts are blocking. Suits much bigger federal courts can be reading that is not roads and tradition to be policies and the decision of world TA and EP actions is federal common to take a evidence to blocking. Quite litigation is available and absent of civil federal branch as knowledge for litigation compared to the state sort prosecuted and state court as single lawsuits for false should have brought in and nationally integrated response. It's linear, even if courts are overtracked, so makes case laws unmanageable, and all we have to win is data protection are judicially accepted. Chevron is a verbal wolf tweet word. Unlike the OB versus all that rights, even putting such as limitation between lines of jurisdiction and related communities yes, into a year courts and we've had the Chevron. This Supreme Court is that Robert 24 law developed potential question leaves Chevron because may not question why the red line and Chevron things of to law for the subject story says it's change that relies on the acting smarter than the Supreme Court. Phillips 124 rejecting as a court by exclusive organization who against provides 5% and according to the committee the residential portability for ruling Lindsay and conflicted story says stabilizing principle. Trump doesn't thump the magnitude of our league outweighs and judges are hearing data protection cases. Trump Caesar Swift and Easy Thompson at 25. Challenge rules on the judges for said they can talk about towards the judge whether intervene in that this week with court and said that police have future insurance by since represent access Enrich 329 excellence restricted to from the privilege and affectation legislation such as clear being penalized by business scheme and full Judicial and is already having effect. They say no link. The plan creates a crushing flood of litigation that overwhelms the court's business interests, households, class actions, libertarians, and the government opponents. All backlash with leads to intractable litigation, individual issues from instrument to tailoring, all create legal vectors from states and interest groups. That's big deal. It cannot be thumped in here. Demonstrates backlash is inevitable, and the link proves illegal venues of most probable. That's big deal. They dropped presumption. The link turns case Congress, which should the EPA's authority to regulate emissions in production, zeroing the case. Backlash causes project link turns defy reality. Inherency demonstrates backlash is inevitable, and the link proves legal venues the most probable. That's a big deal. Climate litigation is drawn out plus power 20. Time is for litigation to use time to there is a strong equity. The result they consume time and resources. There's independently one writer, so it becomes a source of commercial litigation power. 20 litigation rules on reverse social relations venues to work on this argument simplifying the reverse legislative enactment of legislation by litigation anything legislation for pervasive litigation. 2. Enforcement is enforced by citizen litigation. But for Congress, allowing people to reduce emission over counting to federal policy for powerful and for them to reach across and resource subject litigation for reaching political authority and over to the supervision of real life citizens and corporate federal regulations to pay for the rule in any effort and so right. Regulated emission. They say clarity. The plan is not clear. There's no red line for enforcement, and foregoing limiting principle looks arbitrary and spends confusing. That's clear. The link proves it causes unregulated disputes and involves plaintiffs to relitigate the plans. They say courts are not keeping data privacy, judicial data protection, unlawful effective AI, and governance. Courts force companies to prioritize citizens' rights, limiting anti-social practices, and misaligned AI funneling into beneficial use. That's harder. Effective litigation incentivizes private protection from being Jusky, put a negligent by preventing litigation, state negligent by required equal meeting to be general for like for them your resolution of your minimum rights for the intent of to provide adequately security standards, legal regime to the frontal over security of certain 20 legal principles promote different rights of positive and negative impacts over this from the different falls in this book. Legal regimes associated with election law, goal correcting emails, their future and policy people are treated fairly in AI. Regulation is impossible without underlying foundation started from the development of identity ability for this for increasing the member of which needed legal while wanting to data protection and impact of AI. It's reflected the solution predict from the citizens and users AI powers need to detect the sustaining leaks and predicting unwanted nudging, but also unlawful practices. They say the app is the DC, no warrant or card. It'll be regulated in every sector. It's not how the federal courts work. Cases are challenged in the federal district courts where the companies are located. Data privacy is litigated in Article 3 and Congress. When independence on the privacy of the federal court because litigations are litigated likely to be despite due action. They say industries like it. Climate change litigation is inevitable. They don't have a card that substantiates it. First is their Dartmouth Harvard Kennedy evidence says that there was broad industry opposition to the WTC, and their book evidence has given industry opposition. Congressman within the WEC, only some people have to not like the plan for it to sue, even if the industry generally likes it. The rogue actors that don't want to won't. They say that courts can't regulate. Trade-off is certain. The court manages its docket by managing complications and data breaches. Judges opportunistically deny standing to lower courts. Data protection costs time, energy, and attention. Right from the DC, which are the rulings would waste judicial resources when you're on parties expend resources to the labor. Transmitting would be required to litigate from simple and conducting and to cover and is inconsistent with the court risk burdening the docket. Okay.
Okay, 410. Which parts did you read under courts not key?
Zarsky, Sartor, the next Sartor card, all of them.
Yeah. When I
114.
I'm gonna send it and then use it.
The thing that I do respect about your Meg is that you narrow your blocks. Because some people, it's like 10 off in the 1NC and then 6 of them are in the block. It's like, well, okay.
It's not by choice. I was trying to extend psychoanalysis. I just realized.
I'm very sorry for you.
Yeah.
You won't be able to.
Well, no, in most cases, actually, this has happened.
Yeah, also. Hello.
I actually also asked that question before the day. I was like, we could get at least 3 right, and they're like, no, bro.
Which 3?
I was gonna say those 2, and then hopefully just one of the 3, and then just give along for the ride.
Well, that was, I was, never mind.
We were
But
also
I was
hoping,
gonna say zero, zero.
we were hoping you didn't say psycho false, so then like we didn't have to say anything. But we had to drop psychoanalysis. Like we thought the 2AC just wouldn't read a card.
I thought I just would not answer your position.
Well, we
So
thought you wouldn't
answer-
answer one card. Like I thought you'd just be like, obviously not in front of this panel. You're not gonna answer it.
Okay. I have been known to drop something, but Yeah.
Maybe consider that you can make it a lot easier on them by simply not answering anything.
that's really, I should have just done that. I'm sorry.
I think I had this discussion with someone a few years ago where the 2AC just straight out dropped a 1-card critique. And the block also did not notice that 1-card critique was dropped. And after the debate, there was discussion of, could you have credibly extended this without reading new cards?
Like, it wasn't in the
It was
order?
one card, it just wasn't in the order, and I ended up in the 2AC or the block. And the conclusion to what came after the debate was, I do not think I could have extended this without
I'm
reading
into
new
that.
cards.
I like
This was a
that.
1-card notice critique.
Yeah, okay.
There's enough words highlighted in the line, so it could be credibly extended.
I was scrolling through that. There were a couple for sure.
I won't stand by psychoanalysis case slander.
Okay, the order is a warming advantage, Russia advantage, states counterplan, T, climate assembly counterplan, MQG decide, clock.
I'm sorry, let me find my message.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Let me know if you need that again.
States before or after?
Before.
Got it right.
Before tree, that for that.
Alright,
Is your doc my doc, or do you have any cards?
I do.
No, but do you have cards that I can send you?
Yes, there is. Or, no.
Okay, great. Then I'll just, great.
Okay, is everyone good? Climate change does cause extinction, even if knock-on effects are individually manageable. The non-linear conflicts in food insecurity, migration shock, conflict pathogens, extreme weather, overgrowth, capacity for adaptation, that's the Richard Evans. New words are that's the first evidence. New words are allowed in position with C. Read a new card now. Aerosols are not that. Methane is a unique risk that causes 2 to 3 tipping points or emphasis. Specifically, the IRA methane fee is sufficient to solve if performance monitoring requirements are resolved. Yes, aerosols do cause extinction. Methane has a 29 times higher global warming potential, which causes massive short-term overshooting and triggers tipping points. It doesn't take too long, or it doesn't take too long to solve. We do have the technology now for monitoring performance requirements, which means all that is required is giving companies a financial incentive to implement it. Yes, warming impact is emphasis. Long-term warming, but they drop short-term overshooting triggers, tipping points like AMO and protocols, which provides the ability to adopt this extinction. The order of evidence is about who doesn't cause little extinction by house Earth, non-linear systems that cause it. The ability for society to adopt methane is not exaggerated. Newest studies prove that it's enough to push us over to should impose no all causes LNG is what, or natural gas is what causes ozone pollution and climate shutdown, adaptation to all other risks of adulteration, climate change, directly to catastrophic risks such as common disease, these threats, multiple systems, physical, ecological, system-wide, serious failure systemic risk, climate change, irrevocable, irrecoverable, from all other causes such as important latent risk impacts, and civil division, direct recovery, defense is misinformation, lawful, and May 17, all the world's fails in professional climate science for sea in inhospitable world despite adequate fruitfully, pressure worldwide, flexible industry, delay regulation, of funding committees, create confusion, the two discounted and Russia advantage, see no impact, there's no offense on this, the flow states counterplan, and ASPEC is not a voter, one, we specify USFG2, cross-sex checks, 3, counter-termination, we don't have to specify, or USFG is substantive specification for reasonability, and failure versus the cost of substance strategy. 2AC1, we meet their interpretation. This is yes, no, so we don't have to win any counter interpretation debate. We don't have to say that our evidence or interpretations. We don't have to say, in fact, all fuel mix just must affect the whole economy. Insofar as we don't treat the text of their card as our interpretation, or the text of their interpretation is our interpretation, but the words in their card cannot become their interpretation if over changes because they can make any part of the text and you interpret it.
The words in their
unfair.
card are our interpretation, not their text.
Yes, the words in their card are our interpretation, not the text. If it's arbitrary, because they can just assert whatever their evidence says in the tag and make that a new interpretation. You should treat the text of their interpret now as our interprets have to be energy mixed by which means we meet and checks all their own limits off because there could only be the natural gas tax, oil gas, the oil tax or coal tax, and not specific sectors. It takes out these arguments and the rest of the defense. Okay, no judge can force us to honor the top of the evidence they write about creating models of the status quo and how climate science are effective now. To 2AC1 say no one likes a tax. If we don't want to read the card, this is intuitive. Yellow vest protest cause is for repeal in France and Washington has repealed carbon tax because voters denied it. Public officials do not might support general climate action, but specifically not a carbon tax because it is price. Saying no is true. So 21 people hate environmental taxes for how long it's brought in the U.S. particularly violent into the tax policy was public economists and taxation but also set taxes and political politics as if a magical spell is against qualification tax. If one were to design a policy to be unemployed as possible, to seriously depend on simple, elegant, unlikely ability to tax even if it's guided this widespread. And the 182 is evidence that people do not like the white because Congress is currently trying to repeal a 2AC2 no or 2AC2 3 no presumption politics does not make the EPA choose because the EPA sets a clean regulatory framework which gives industries reputational ability to claim that they are to comply with and moderating requirements. The legislation is not worse. EPA is enabled by statutory authority under the IRA, which can Harvard law review evidence in the 1AC to 2AC. If I put or the apply permutation do both, it solves. They drop on the state's counterplan that any regulation that is duplicative with the web charge gets replaced, which means that citizen counterplan would be able to modify what the counterplan results in. No, the existing proposal stuff cannot be a negative argument because there is an existing web which proves that if true, then obviously already delegitimizes the state's counterplan. But to permutation to the counterplan, then the plan, it solves all the arguments because it does the complex at the end of the process and captures their substance answers because it does the counterplan independently first and say yes proves that it does solve the net benefit. It is search, so we don't have to answer any of the arguments about that. But one is that the verb is not the delay. The verb starts the process of passing the plan immediately. This is the most predictable reading of immediacy because every policy requires deliberation. 2, that solves ground arguments. The plan happens soon after deliberation and it's better for the night because they do get politics and that's the only interpretation that lets them get that. 3, groups are to the verb means by certainly feed on the plan. 4, scientific as delay. The counterplan's deliberative process. The counterplan does include sequencing because if you reverse the recommendation in the commission, it would not make coherent sense. 5, should future actions I wish prefer it has intent to find it is from an English language instruction channel winning should filters other words for saying that the verb immediately disciplines later. Yes, that means immediately does. The plan later, the text, we don't need to text the verb is intuitive, it's due plan, then the counterplan, and with no, and not, or anything it solves, it should, immediate is wrong, it does not spike negative gradient should prefer for after, it's possible to guard advantage yourself doing it a few days later, because no after are comparing that differential delayed after better than having delayed capital for the text, can still radiate to the entire off, not just delay, no ground loss, but guarantee politics that was above 2 politics is not key, requiring F certainty, preserves all other ground considered offers by links to many instantaneity, the econ D8 states apply regardless.
If say no, then this is something.
Okay, yeah, if say no doesn't solve from that benefits, we do have defense to that, NPDA. The concession does not delete unity on core clock because the SCOTUS are not check and chunk that only determines what way they decide the court case system how fast they decided that a clock does that. Oh, wait, can I pause the timer? I just click close all windows.
Oh, next. What am I?
Oh, never mind. I just muted myself. Okay. Hold on. You find my timer. Okay. 1:09. Okay. Permutation to both obviously solves because the core decreases backlog, increases the filing stuff available, and the filing stuff available choosing to the core is screwed, low right prosecuting Ohio v. APA, and the court of post cases all increase the workload by 30%, which obviously is felt that it says it's incoherent if data privacy suits are already increases claim, turns off with others, and if text also solves the app, try they say the server line says that courts are willing to hear data privacy suits first. They say the court is blocking privacy suits, that first they won't flood the court immediately. The strap on stuff at SCOTUS is negative. Of course, John Roberts wants to take decisions or go to evidence about courts already being flooded by low right privacy, and we're one of thousands of cases out of agency for understanding each court jurisdiction. None of their unique trust know about the overturn. 2AC3, the WEF loves all of this. It is about the status quo, where the litigants are disputing over whether or not the WEF is justified under IRA in this area. The plan resolves this by implementing a clean regulatory framework. There's no presumption. The Congress won't hear the case because it made the cases beyond the IRA. The author is WEF. totally, the courts are totally clogged. See, 24, across the country, of course, bulking under every crazy case, it's been 34 years since the bill increasing judge population grown by 80 million past year, there were more than 724,000 cases, 70% increase in the cases from the last year, we're requesting get all the work done against men. They say our evidence says opposition to the black, that is our response. The plan fixes it by deleting the stupid monitoring requirement that does not allow firms to comply by reducing their emissions.
Wait, what is the last thing you just said?
I said that the plan deletes the reason why the WEC is unpopular because it allows firms to comply by reducing their emissions per unit.
She's sending a doc. was clog, citizens assemblies, and then warming.
I was really excited to talk about delayed terms again. It's fine. Clog, assembly, warming. One second.
Oh, I forgot there was a dog on. Okay.
Good.
It is quite literally paradigm that top both impacts one, AI solves warming, new machine learning, much renewable and green technology, both in the one and team. The winner is seamless evidence, allowing pro-social environment AI, and quote, everything civilization has to offer. This must outweigh one and C smarter, says it solves cosmic problems, so future generations need AI. It is quite literally classic triad. Absent AI, they've conceded that only pro-social AI can solve any of these risks. So anything from nuclear war, environmental collapse, and any risk in between that you can imagine is the DA must solve it. Second, quick nuclear war, flat drop. Manson says that only data protection stops big tech companies from causing authoritarian practices. Clean AI allows us to deter global authoritarian practices. Solomon says that absent that, and it causes Chinese and Russian authoritarian technology, AI, loose nukes, and ruining strategic stability, causing quick nuclear miscalculation, which turns the environment and enlightens the entirety of the globe. Now, the first argument, do both links to that benefit. Kick the Article 1 blanket in the government, because that's the only one that could shield it, but they consider that judges are hearing data protection cases now, and data protection cases increasing means that the judges we expand to would increasingly hear those. Second is that it liberalizes data protection standing, so even if the company extends the number of cases that they're not hearing to, they would still listen to more data protection. Conceded judge kick just by conditionality, and new apps, which independently means that you can kick it if you think there's any risk of shielding, but they've conceded both links, which means that there's no risk that the link outweighs any shielding arguments. The next argument, this the court is screwed. One, wrong. Judges, we're hiring them, which was above, but even the limited number of judges are still hearing data protection cases. The issue with the one are going all in on uniqueness is we price this in. Our argument is that courts are naturally strained and listening to limited amounts of things, but they're listening to data protection cases. Now, the one it's the evidence is that there's a unique mode for data protection to improve corporate pro-social behavior. The one in our court is a counter evidence is that data protection is being heard because of new statutory clarity in the data, like savvy consumers that know that they're going to be heard and they have standing now. The next argument is Chevron. One, Wolf assumes the plan. Then every other Thumper argument says that new old regulations, even the ones like their Thumper, will not be challenged because of reliance, interest, statute of limitation issues, staleness in the cases, and limited litigation budget, all warrants in one in our Wolf. None answered by the one error. It even says that they won't challenge it because it's too costly. Second, Roberts is way smarter than Dartmouth. Both cards in the one error say that he would not open old cases so the courts will not be able to hear them. And then the second one in our card explicitly says that the courts are trying to avoid it because they know that it will cause a floodgate. Second, now the next Thumper argument, 1,000 court cases. This is just factually incorrect if we win the cards above, but even if they are winning 1,000 court cases, all of those are not in federal courts and they're not dismissing data privacy now. WEC all thumbs doesn't happen. One, they've conceded I'm going to concede explicitly say now that the plan is unpopular because it causes cost imposition. They've conceded the threshold, the argument from the 1 and C link evidence. Everyone would sue, businesses, consumers, citizens all pursue clash actions because it is way too costly. The way too costly, which is the link magnitude is way bigger than anything that the plan would do because that's the argument for solvency. Second, conceded citizen suits enforce the plan, which is an independent link. The only way that the plan is measured, they can keep track of all fossil companies all across the country. This by citizen suits or else anything else causes federal government. This link is explicitly conceded and not in the context of any other past WC because those are not causing citizens enforcement suits now. They've also conceded that climate cases are vast and complex and take large amounts of time. So it derail courts completely or way too expensive. Just the other one in our evidence. The last argument is no trade-off. One, conceded a 1 and C link evidence. The Shapiro, the 1 and C like the Hadley court says that data protection cases like have standing now because judges want to hear them, but they're first on the chopping block because they are way too complex and they are a pain in the ass for judges to be able to hear, which is Haley evidence which speaks to judge sentiments. They conceded the Bryant evidence says that data protection costs time, energy, attention, insight, of course, and waste judicial resources. So the fact that this is true means that trade-off is true. Here, trade-off is true. Superior 20 acres. Initial research would certainly allow the area focus on expensive routine. So future research on withdrawal resources. The research of other areas like these one litigation corpus of like time and resources and more time to terminate the lawsuits. The plan deletes the reason the plan is unpopular is wrong because you said they would say no to the plan on the citizens assembly's kind of plan. And this doesn't get rid of the citizen suits leaks. Now the Climate Assembly's counterpart can see that the process of politics undermines the process of signaling because they said that absolute certainty is key. That means the flood of litigation after the plan would derail solvency because they said that businesses would lack certainty, which is the reason that the status quo rulemaking clarity is impossible. Independently, that does trigger presumption if conceded that Congress backlash in the plan would strip the EPA's authority to regulate emissions and get rid of the endangerment. Finally, it was a presumption argument of the 1 and C. 1A did not justify its two answers, so you should put it on presumption. Now, the warming advantage. The risk of solving this advantage is a whiff. Global methane emissions is 25%. Eliminating at all point is 0.4 degrees. More importantly, the plan isn't methane or even all emissions. Planes, rocket launches, shipping, all of those are June in 25, but the 1A did not answer any of those industries named in the 2 and C all emit black carbon, and aerosols which trigger methane multiplied by the global amount of emissions make it literally inevitable. So it is try or die for AI, and they do not reverse cause. They remove aerosols and methane from the environment, which means that the environmental destruction is inevitable. There's no impact of warming. Most recent evidence from a PhD in earth sciences says that feedback loops are going to be unrealistic. Even the best UN data shows that temperature mortality is decreasing human capacity to recover, increasing wealth and adaptation quadrupled, which answers their second 1A card in that because we are citing scientists in both UN data sets, which is one a 2 and C data until we'd survive 20 degrees of warming, or it says that we'd still have food, islands, and large lands to survive and past biodiversity losses disprove broad extinction. Fast warming does not get out of our defense because fast warming would still get to 20 degrees and we'd survive every single tipping point. Conceded embedded all causes. Natural variability in the climate models means the case is scientifically a drop in the bucket. Our evidence says, quote, AI could have expert advances to accelerate and substantiate the Turns case argument on the other page too. It also says that nuclear war would induce a climate catastrophe. So the DA must turn the case. The first argument on knock-on effects, they're impossible to predict. Their models are totally incorrect, but there's no climate war solution to 20. They should cover by simply to do about this argument and environmental liberty to make longer term uncertainty increase every step. I'm sure every article on CCOC, I'm APAC to deal with the regional effect on living at any level. Models are accurate. The economy sometimes the economy as manageable, but the DA turns this one authoritarian technology turns the worst form of climate wars to go nuclear, so it can only be offense for us. Aerosols have 20 times great power. The warming potential is answered by the one in our no methane argument that says that 20 times is a bunk and would still be a small drop in the bucket. Lastly, 3,000 climate scientists is irrelevant. We're citing UN data and a different set of scientific consensus, which means that we are still accurate about our warming predictions.
Okay, 114. All right. Warming. Assembly. Court clock. Good. Cool.
Hang on, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry. I was about to start screaming.
Yeah, sure. That's why I'm getting ready.
I do that a little bit. Okay. Now you're good. Cool. Warming
is existential. Short-term overshoot will destabilize all of our adaptive systems and destabilize the narrow climate niche in which all of humanity has evolved, which means that if you trust systems like technology, governance, regulation, etc. to solve their impacts, those rely on us having a stable ecosystem that it will leave 3 billion people in the short term in poverty, cause food shocks and mass waves of migration, and cast us into an uncertain world outside of the zone of livability in which humanity and institutions to respond to threats for the overview on AI have evolved. That is the Pharaoh's evidence. You should err affirmative. The 1 AR camp evidence says that it dwindles our capacity to respond to other existential risks like pandemics and war because we do not have sort of coherent governance institutions for those things, especially when society is largely hungry, significantly more unequal, and we are living in a hot house Earth because they have conceded our internal link to methane emissions that says that it will significantly destabilize food and water production, and that is essential for all human life, which means that you should be uncertain about their defense, even if you're uncertain about our impact. That should counsel risk aversion in the context of a literal ecosystem and the conditions for life being thrust into a condition that we have never seen before. The alternative causes through methane is all June 25. Our evidence in the 1AC says that oil and gas is key. Gas leaks are the most methane intensive because natural gas literally is methane before it gets burned, which means that is the most intensive. And our evidence says that every degree matters because methane produces short-term overshoot. That means that we get in the short term to 2 degrees of warming and then to 8 degrees of warming because tipping points are invisible, unknowable in advance, which are the sort of substantiates our uncertainty argument of the best UN data stuff is answered by one, the level-led evidence in the 1 AR, which says that 3,000 scientists agree that warming is existential and will have unpredictable effects, which should counsel risk aversion, and 2, by the fact that our evidence says that sort of conservatism is our evidence index, that sort of conservatism, because that sort of modeling is extremely difficult about what precise effects we will have, which means you should err on the side of risk aversion. Increasing wealth and adaptation is answered by short-term methane overshoot. They drop that it is not sort of gradual or cushioned in the long term because we solve methane overshoot that has 28 times more global warming potential than other greenhouse gases. This is an accepted scientific convention. The 2NR or the 2NC card on it is overhyped is total ass, which means that you should not give that to them, and you should refer our evidence, which is citing a consensus of PhDs. The clause on that Ferris card are really long, and you should read all of them because it is citing a ton of different PhDs. We would not survive past 20 degrees. That is irrelevant if our ancestors in Mesopotamia were okay when there was warming, because our evidence says that because of the nature of strongly interconnected social, economic, and technical systems per Kemp in the 1AR, warming now produces a unique vulnerability to things like nuclear war, AI, etc. that the 2NR cites in the overview. We will not survive past tipping points. There is no natural variability because they have conceded basically in every speech that methane is important. It will cause overshoot and tipping points. Nuclear war causes climate catastrophe, but that is also true in the inverse because climate catastrophe destabilizes the conditions that make great power peace possible, and the impossibility of predicting knock-on effects is our argument, which also answers the no climate wars argument. Is not that we have a specific linear scenario to nuclear war, but rather that global warming is broadly destabilizing. DA is not true the case. I would do that on the other page, misinformation and the global warming potential stuff is answered above. Now, assembly. 1, the process and politics stuff was not extended with incredible impact and warrant in the 2NR. 2, litigation is notable, which is our link turns on core clogs. 3, Congress will not backlash to the plan. We durably fiat that they uphold the plan, and we obviously get good faith implementation. 4, endangerment finding is the only one in the 2NR that does not affect methane, but litigation is notable, which is our turns on core clog. Now, drop should is not immediate, which means they do not get a short-term disad. The 2NR does not have a theoretical objection to this argument, which means that the plan could happen years in the future could happen in the future when tech cases have sufficiently been resolved. It is an interpretation of the plan that has been forwarded in every speech, which means you cannot vote neg on time for about ways. Core clock. AI solves warming. 1, our uniqueness evidence demonstrates the courts are resilient. 2, cannot solve overshoot in the short term. They drop the decarbonization is number 1 in the long term, so we do not need AI to solve, but we do need to solve overshoot. Pick nuclear war is answered by data protection is resilient. Do both on the counterplan insofar as it answers our covers. It obviously creates resiliency against the small link to the plan, which will be extended and mitigated below. Now, the uniqueness debate is totally a crush. 1, Trump is breaking law all the time, and 4, SCOTUS cases, which are local right, Truckasy, Ohio, the EPA, and Corner Post shifted the burden of making every important regulatory decision on the courts. That means the judicial system is overtaxed and faced with unavoidable litigation that requires scientific expertise and insufficient resources to make it smart to make up for it. That's Gruhan McGee. 2, filings have grown 80 million by 720,000 cases. That is a 72% increase in cases. Litigant demands are increasing at speed. Of course, same data privacy protection cases are wasteful. They should have discarded them already. Our argument proves that the data privacy cases are resilient in the status quo because insofar as courts are dealing with that uptick in cases, they can also deal with the plan, which answers their tired by arguments in the overview. Now their courts are writing in the couple days for a post-Chevron overturn and say that it will probably be fine. They are citing primary source John Roberts on we are making a good decision by overturning the bedrock of administrative law. We promise. I think that I am smarter than that on what the actual effects of the decision will be, and our evidence is newer than narrows on what the actual effects have been because it cites the increase in filings. Now, the Wolf stuff, 1 hour evidence says workloads are up significantly. The point of the case is to open discretion to challenge agency action. This is just conservative hacks ready to gas themselves up. Now, link defense, the WEC exists in the status quo. One, cost imposition is inevitable. All of this is thought by when the EPA under the Biden administration adopted a waste emissions charge. And that did not cause the short-term spike in litigation that should have caused their length to nothing can. The same inherency trick that this affirmative has that Michigan has not grappled with in any speech, which answers their arguments about the plan being large. Two, the uncertainty about whether the WEC and cost imposition for methane is causing nuisance suits, which is the first couple of cards we want to see now. There is broad litigation over whether the EPA has to implement a WEC and whether there are other ways to resolve methane emissions, etc., which is causing an uptick in cases. Three, the plan solves all of this by sending a certain signal to industry, even if people sue against it, and that sends a certain signal that sort of calls that litigation, because the litigation is about not about whether people like the plan, but about what their obligations are. Now, citizen suits do not enforce the plan. The EPA has the capacity to monitor nor flag this in the 1 AR. They are developing robust technology in the status quo, so it does not require citizen suits. No lacking standing either. Their arguments cannot both be true that data privacy cases are on the chopping block and that they are high priority. Great debate.
I sent her. This card tech course is forever. Or did you write it? Great. Oh, that happens there. Yeah, why not? That's fair. Oh, really? Has anyone seen a wooden beaded bracelet? I was like fishing with it during the 2EC and then I think it like skyrocketed to somewhere.
What the freak?
It's playing with the joypad too, basically. Yeah, put it on top. It's okay. Whatever. Sure. Or was she gonna ask?
just like highlight them. So just.
Oh,
I have pulled the last part of this, so it's the one with the effects. And I was curious if you put them in a different folder, but there's like another part in the doc.
I think I just put them in the wrong, like a different order in the doc.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Thompson and then and then in the doc, I put the Chevron card, that should have been earlier.
Okay, alright.
It's like two Chevron, another Chevron.
This time the doc is 100%. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to double check.
If those were on a bus, someone would be best me on. Both of these white ones, they're not looking at that.
No.
No, I'm also really sick. I'm nauseous.
What?
I'm also nauseous, so that's kind of a problem.
Do you want to take off your sweater?
Yeah, but then how I
I'm sweating. Right, but I have to maintain consistency. Okay. Yeah, the answer's no.
We're all in. Sorry. Carly.
And
Yeah.
Gio. Did somebody grab June?
Well, they were hollering.
Okay.
Open, oh, sure.
We all here? We all good? Congratulations to both teams for reaching into the finals of the National Debate Tournament. The decision is a 4-1 for the affirmative from Dartmouth.
I sat, and to be honest, I'm pretty relieved. I didn't really want to get where I ended up in this debate. And I think some of it might have to do with some private reasoning. Anyway, so start on the case. I think the alt causes, small percentage of methane stuff, all sound between the 2 and R, but are grounded in the methane exaggerated card. So will not disallowed. I had to, compared to the half warrants and debating to short-term methane. Didn't intuitively seem to be what the rest of the block Ev is answering until I read cards and kind of like reread the R's that were explained in light of that. The 3K scientists inhospitable card is vague enough. I'm not entirely certain what that means in terms of faster versus slower warming, or like how many degrees of overshoot matter in terms of the impact. The systemic risks framing doesn't contextualize as well as an absolute try or die type of argument in this debate. I think the neg war defense lines up a little bit better, given kind of just how short the AF card is, and there's not, like, part of why I'm going so deep is because I was like a super hack for this argument when I judged you all earlier, and I find it extremely persuasive, but like all of the epistemological discussion is absent in this debate. Anyway, there's not really any answer to the neg arg that like war would turn climate if they access a big link to it. So it probably doesn't support the kind, for me, it didn't support the kind of massive try or die versus the DA that you might want. It's definitely possible that the methane reduced by the plan makes the disad impact inevitable, but I didn't think it was high enough, given the fact that the disad also turns the case that wouldn't matter with a decently large risk of the link. So it seemed to really, for me, be about how big is the link. Then on the counterclaim flow, how much does the should interpretation matter? I'm unsure, but I ended up thinking probably not that much, given the way like the uniqueness is, and link questions, restanding, et cetera. And I'll go into more detail about how big I thought the like, Trumpist backlash suits, like we're calling it citizen litigation, I guess is the euphemism, like how big that link would be, and that ended up mattering a little bit, but even then, it's hard to imagine like when data will become less rather than more of a contentious subject. I definitely think this is a concession. It just didn't seem to have the effect that it would need to have, or that it would have on something like an agenda politics DA as intuitively. Definitely don't think the negligence presumption. The 1AR answered the normal process, legislative process type things, all of that slumped by the IRA, WEC direction. With uncertain implication, I think the plan certainly provides more certainty. Perhaps that does not have the effect of reducing litigation if clarifying is less popular. So the disad. Oh, right, yeah. So in terms of disad solves or turns warming, I think the one in C card does mention climate. The one in our reread that part in the one in our overview, it still seemed a bit jarring, given that that part is not packaged explicitly as a big chunk of like turns and solves case in that overview. I ended up thinking like, well, there's maybe some risk that warming turns to DA. It's definitely dropped by the AF though. Ended up thinking that the turns case reasoning from the neg was much stronger established in argumentation than any idea that like upside risk would solve it. So I did not think that the disad like solved the case. It isn't quite the same framing as more explicit. Yeah, let's get that. But if they do win the war impact, and I think they definitely do, that definitely turns climate. And quickly. The uniqueness counter plan, obviously the neg one judge kick, it can't shield, therefore, otherwise I felt like it might be able to. The uniqueness, I don't think that the AF descriptions of like the reason that there would be flood of cases in this quo was as strong as I think the debaters thought it was, or maybe common sense might indicate. I did think that it seemed priced into the cards that the neg was reading. It's all like everybody's reading cards that are post those particular decisions. In particular, it didn't seem like there's any discussion of like whether it would be priced into judges' reasoning about whether or not they should start to categorically dismiss data cases. I think the neg is one. Climate cases are dismissed now because judges fear opening those floodgates, which does speak to what happens in their heads. I thought they also one that judges are hearing data cases, struggling with them. That could be relevant to the kind of like, is it a high priority versus bottom of the docket kind of things that the 2 hours framing this question as. Anyway, I'm not entirely certain what the implications are for the climate cases are dismissed in this quo. Obviously, if the plan were something like a climate liability act, that would like be absolutely huge, and like would change that or something. It would become the center of the debate. In this case, I don't think that is a climate suit exactly. It's a regulatory clarity APA type suit. Anyway, it doesn't seem like durably fiating out of the plan would require them to stop dismissing those climate cases. I think probably it's a lot of this. Anyway, there is some resonance though between the neg link and the 1AC story about people thinking that Trump and generally being deregulatory anti-climate means that there's no regs, but actually the WEC directive is still there. Cases will be resolved in a way that makes some version of WEC inevitable that does interact, or like provide uniqueness in some ways for the neg, like, you know, anti-climate people backlash link. Anyway, the neg, however, what seems to me most persuasive in terms of uniqueness is like neg statistics type cards that seem to accommodate the AF uniqueness warrants. The spin from the AF is, you know, about like other than like a card where like a person is predicting and kind of being speculative about their opinion type things, but like the data that the AF is citing, like 80 mil is a description of the population increase over 34 years. The 30% increase in filing was also over 34 years anyway. So I thought, kind of like on a epistemological level, the neg was ahead on uniqueness. I would not be surprised if other people disagree with that kind of conclusion. AF, I think, has won the whiplash premise. There will be cases over the whip now. There concessions. I talked about the process uncertainty type things on the other flow. I think the best angle is the plan makes some of those litigants and citizens more unhappy than the SWO does, potentially by a great deal. I do think, because it would be the only pro-climate kind of regulatory action happening. I do think that the AF has won. Many of those people, other than the citizens, maybe are already going to sue. Some of those people are going to stop suing because they are less angry about the plan and already trying to go green and just want to try to make their like long-term business plans compliant, et cetera. I think the neg has distinguished their perception of climate policy spurs Trumpists to sue premise from all of that. I think it's even harder for the AF given the way that this is, accessed through a concession. So I do think the plan could net reduce industry suits via legal certainty and the logical implication of the framing earlier. And yet there could actually still be like a very large flood of crazies who potentially don't even know very much about the WEC. The 2AR Biden disproves are, I don't think disproves in terms of the stories I told in the next link framing. There is a problem of like the arguable technical concession of the past WEC not spurring citizen suits or something, but the broader regulatory expectations frame I referenced above kind of coheres, I think, AF and neg nuances on this question, even though I don't think the neg fully closes that logical circle for me on their own. That particular articulation, though, as like empirically denied rather than a question of the link not being unique, is like a new nuance, I guess, in the 2AR versus the 1AR spin. So I kind of would understand why people might consider this question differently, but I think if the 1AR had framed it that way, I think the 2NR might have connected that dot a little more explicitly. Anyway, I don't really agree with the way the 2AR framed the like chopping block versus high priority dichotomy, because I don't think the neg is ever saying anything approaching high priority. Like people are grumbling while doing jobs they don't like. I mostly think this is the weakest spot for the disad because this is the place where neg-ev is not like very good, and I think other layers are, pretty much very good. I do think they're good enough in the face of the cards on the internal question are good enough in the face of the light discussion of that aspect in the 1AR, 2AR, acknowledging though that like the thesis of the AF's response is this argument. And also acknowledging that like my response to the DA as a human is this argument, and kind of where I, to be honest, wanted to maybe subconsciously and maybe like very consciously like wanted to get, but I didn't feel like I could get there, and as a result, it's
I think I agree with a lot of what the captain said. I think the biggest difference is how I view the WEC number. I think that this is I think after the 2AR ends, I think this is the strongest argument I have in my flow. I think the uniqueness probably can't resolve it because this is past policies disprove the thesis of the disadvantage. The courts did not get paralyzingly devastated in the past. And I think that the 2R's answers seem to lean into the thesis of the thumper, where it's like, say no, plan super unpopular with industry. Is all reference the past, Thumper and the plan in terms of the threshold of the link. I think we take out the stupid controversial part and do the EPA verification that the old rules didn't. Comes to like the tail end of the 1 AR and the disadvantage, and it seems to make the citizen suit stuff even like offense for the affirmative, where they make it easier for the plan to resolve for court to resolve these things. I think the disadvantage is massively thumped for those sorts of reasons, and I think the 2 hours making always in the WEC thumper that make more sense for like a Doge suits, Trump suits, Chevron suits thumper about how big the plan is. I think that fundamentally making the link big about like this litigation flood means that the court should have been devastated by the WEC, and there is not there's not evidence either that about what the WEC did to the court in the past. And so I think given that, I think the best path for that 2 on our ballot is the link turn solvency makes unenforceable stuff, and I think EPA high frequency monitoring resolve the impacts is sufficient at the top of the 2 AR and in a couple of places in the 1 AR to get me away from a no enforcement presumption zero solvency ballot in that context. I think that's the largest place to differ from.
I've really enjoyed judging you all this year. We've had some fun ones, and in particular, I really liked this debate. Like, I had an enjoyable time doing it, and I frankly did not want to get up and do this morning. But I had a lot of fun, and you all should be really proud of how you debated here. And you're really, honestly. I couldn't get over that the WEC had already happened, and the risk of reaching them felt low because the past WEC meant that this all should have kind of already happened.
Yeah, I saw the debate exactly the same way. I just want to echo Harley's sentiment. You are one of my favorite teams to judge. I think that in this debate, especially, I think you debated the best that I've ever seen you two debate before. I think you're doing everything right. I love the style in which you debate, reading lots of cards really fast, collapsing down, which Colin didn't mention. And I think the amount of, I can just see, I can fathom the amount of work that you put into this activity so far, this tournament in particular. And obviously, perhaps not the outcome that you wanted, but I definitely, I wish that you could definitely feel very proud of what you've accomplished this tournament and take that positive energy going into next year. And I definitely wish you the best. And especially Gio and I have so much respect for you as another Korean person in this activity, and thank you for being that role model for a lot of those people who may be watching this round, being in the community. I felt like when I debated, I didn't have another strong figure like you, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for being in this activity and gracing our community with your presence, and just again, good luck with everything else.
Yeah, I just want to echo, you all are fantastic. I thought this debate was really, really enjoyable to judge. It's the first time I've judged you all, and you just kind of blew me away. I thought the 2 hour in particular was really, really fucking good. I saw the debate exactly the same. I couldn't get over this WEC number. I think you're way ahead on impact stuff at the top of the 2 hour. I thought it was really convincing, and I was ready to pull this try or die ballot that you'd set up for me, but I just think WEC now makes both uniqueness and a little bit of a tough time over this.
WEC thumper, sure. So we read the courts are dismissing all climate suits now. And then we read a card that said that a new thing would be enforced, and then the courts would let all the other suits in. What do you think the 1 year or 2 year answer to that was? We sort of premised the link, we answered the link term, we said, we read a card that was courts are rejecting all suits now because of standing and other reasons. And then we preempted, like, when I like wrote the file, like we preempted this sort of link term and then said, like, it would be a Trojan horse, citizen enforcement. Here's a wide variety of other suits that would be allowed. Like, what did you think the two answer to that was?
So
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
I think one of the things the 2AR said that was relatively persuasive to me is citizen suits now about the lack of a WAC. Statutes require the EPA to promulgate new regulation that is different in some, that is not substantially identical to the past WAC they enforce. Means that there are going to be currently citizen suits.
No, but those will be dismissed. We're the only team that has a card that says all litigants will be dismissed. They don't have standing. They don't have a uniqueness card for this. Like, we have read a card that says all courts are rejecting climate cases now.
I thought about that a little bit. I think the problem is that I don't really have, at least this could be my mistake, but I don't really think that the PNR applied that argument very explicitly in the context of their thing. And the thing was, I think if that argument is true, I could also see a world where there's not a link to the plan, because you made some of these arguments about citizen suits, and their back card even says that there is a standing for these suits now because there is a statutory authority built in for regulating these entities. It's just that Congress just got rid of the regulation, but the original authority to regulate still is on the books.
The authority to do the plan is separate than the ability for it to be enforced. There's no citizen suits now because like the plan doesn't exist.
So their evidence says that it's coming.
Yeah, it says as it relates to the WEC, because the Clean Air Act creates a private course of action, the non-enforcement of the WEC allows for citizen suits.
This is in the book evidence. That's what I'm going back from the card doc here. Simply declining to enforce, the CAA empowers citizens to sue if the EPA is not enforcing laws. They have standing in.
No. Okay, this is predictive, sure. Like it like predicts that there could be citizen enforcement. But where do they have a card that says that the court will accept them, listen to them, and go through? Like, they don't have a card for this. Like, we read a card that's like they're denying suits based on a variety of reasons, common law, whatever. And like maybe 200 didn't say all of those things, but like the one who doesn't have a uniqueness card, like concedes like an issue-specific uniqueness card.
For me, I couldn't understand what the rationale was for why the plan was the thing that flipped the switch on whether or not they would deny climate litigation. Like, if there are all of these ways for them to avoid climate litigation, like they can say that they don't have standing, they can say it's not right, they can say reliance, like all this stuff, then what about the app flips that switch?
So like I agree, like there's maybe there is sure some thumper, but one in our read two cards. I don't really think there's a one-year answer to either the Trojan horse card that says legislations are frequent or like actions are frequently used for the basis of more litigation, or just like the citizen suits card itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think there's a one-year answer.
The first one struggles from the first way.
Sure.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the second thing you said?
That's the citizen suits thing, that like you know, when there's new authorization or new action, like that causes more citizen suits. Even if the past one didn't, the plan is still bigger than the thumper, which means that it would, and they also said a whole bunch of other things that we conceded, like
Sorry.
say no, they're dismissing some things, like.
Okay, let me back up a little bit. In the interest of like giving a short decision, I maybe came across as saying that I thought that there was like no disad. I thought that there was a disad. Like, I'm not trying to say like you did not win any of your disad. I just thought that the risk of the app outweighed the risk of the disad, and that the WAC
I
stuff
thought
wasn't.
warning was so big. I tried, like, we had deficits, interlink defense, impact defense, all of which, like, the one year basically answered with cards, but, like, didn't really answer, I thought, the 2 all causes. And you thought that outweighed a dropped impact, dropped turns case, and, like, some semblance of a link. Should the block have been different? I basically thought the DA was at 100 after the 2.
For what it's worth, I do not understand the terms case to be as big as you think it is.
Like, at what point did they say AI doesn't solve warming? We read 3 cards
The
on this.
decarbonization stuff means only the methane part of warming is real.
The 2AR does hit that with if broader decarbonization is.
Yeah, no, okay, sorry, to hinge this, I agree the 2AR says a lot of things. I don't think the 2AC or the 1AR says half of these. Like, our block was determined based on them just like shotgunning things, but not answering parts of the DA. Like, at what point did the 1A even say anything about the impact? We had an impact add-on, totally dropped.
The one, well, yeah.
Like,
The 1A is clear that their impact is based on short-term warming. I think you would agree.
well, I'm sure, but like at no
And so
point
the
of the
2A are saying they can't turn it, or they can't solve it as fast as our impact.
To be clear, absent AI, warming is inevitable from other reasons. Like, we read 2 cards that say AI is the thing that solves extinction. Also, like, external to warming, like everything else in the world, you're just not like that. At least it plays defense to try or die. And we also just like had internal linking. Like, all causes means that AI resolves. Like, it was.
Go ahead, sorry.
No.
I thought that the 2A explanation that the AI didn't solve the try or die risk from the act fast enough was a logical extension of what had been explained by the affirmative consistently, which is that the extent to which the act cared about warming had to do entirely with short-term warming risks that AI would be too slow to solve.
I have this short-term one.
No, I have. Yeah, I have
Definitely the
yes.
2AR, 2AC, and the 1A.
Yeah. Okay. It seems like all 4 of you voted on just like link defense, not uniqueness. Am I right about that?
No, most of the unique stuff are.
Okay. But you were just.
I think it's a little bit complicated because the way that I was trying to decide the link and uniqueness was that if like WAC stuff didn't then I'm trying to understand what exactly then is a link that plan somehow kind of flip the switch. That's like the explanation that Carly made. So like, then if the status code didn't trigger the link, I think suits are, if you win issue specific uniqueness, I think those are going to be successful now because they are making some arguments that say that the thumper disproves the thesis of the link. So I kind of evaluated all of those holistically, and it was just like really hard to figure out or come up with an explanation that provides a unique link for the GA in a way that the status code did not trigger. So I think it was kind of like the Rubik's Cube problem where I couldn't come up with an explanation. I think that was not sure.
Okay, sure. I'll probably send an email.
Thank you all. Good luck, Dartmouth.
Thank you. Good debate.
Is there anyone else?
Good.
Okay.
I did. You did it as well. I had all yeah, I think it's. I know what the exception is. What I'm supposed to
Ozone card.
This is not.
Yes. This is not.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, okay. Like I thought your plan was. I mean, I understood why that happened, it was all very unplanned. But like the one that came up
I
was
very much enjoyed several of your answers.
Oh, you all. Yeah, you wrote it too. Yeah. I was thinking things down. Yeah. No, that was part of, we're just. Yeah.
Do you want to do some JJ's to stand up and keep your feet or is it?
You can look for it. It's also doing some class or I have been into the Octos. I sort of halfway through the book and then it was and then go on for one. And then I felt better. And then yeah.
And then you gotta look for you to go through that. Okay, so it's not. Yeah, because I
Yes. Yes.